Good morning. Welcome everyone. We will be starting shortly as people continue to come in. Thank you for joining us. Please stay tuned.
Wanashagu bandwa wantumira luwaina nkaga ngujalimbwa ulamba mwigu yangu waizo gunoma gumanda gwangu mbankula ilile twambo intasambya yonse mbwibele mwana ba mama ilela muyali nkaga gwajalimbwa inonkaga ngunindaga mubu ya ndamba intankaga ngumachimpayo ulamba intamwigu dongu binda gwenda o banyogo nkaga ngumaraswilila usowa yalandi wagula legema abama yalandi wagula legema munyiga muno kambo twaiya sinji mao munyiga muno twaiya iya bulimi mabalo bankaga ngujindi ni bagangulima bagani gwamba nkaga nguyula nkumba ulabele ngomusema bula moyigulo ngumutakanyilegi munyiga muno nkaga ngumwana ba mama ulabelenga Jiamuo mwana ba mama igome ya mubili alyama wankaga nguya igome ya mubili mutaina timu Zambia muno ino tatu yandi nkambu ilale tela kugomela mubili ngaga mwana ba mama onda ingaila bamankaga nguni bagani kupona munyiga bagani kunshimina balamba muyibulongwa mujogele mujishigoma kambo mwamba mwana ba mama masagamu amanyemu amakilaimetima aga imwelele ngulima kambo iyaga mibiri magwinde igome ya mibiri ibasamisa mu mwana ba mama ileta malwazi mu mubilima atujele kubulimi mwana ba mama bwagaindi kamba bulimi bwagaindi bulayaga mibili ulajitia ya wothi mubilima amulanga bana bachonto mbu batalinga kugomena ni witwe wamba ninkugu ya maloni wiyende ila ya swamanya yatenyitali mumulawo ulya musa mutwa ugaga mumuima omwashagu mbile ondi mungwe Jalimbwa jindiluwa wanchimina nkaga ngundagani wamba ulandijenga ino wanda somo mungwe ndajitambua gamba nkaga nguna ubatusaga mumawala tupapukoni munyiga muni ino ndataliga ngushanga na iba mileti aga mwana ba mama intandu sumpugo
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to everybody who's following us across the globe. Please, for non-English speaking countries, you can tune in to the live interpretation. It's available for you. I'd like to welcome you all to the first SEED rally. This rally is organized to celebrate the people that contribute immensely to perpetuate our being, the people who are at the center of our existence. These are the farmers, the peasants, the seed keepers, and the seed savers. This event is hosted by the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, AFSA, and the Seed Working Group, and is co-hosted by AGC, A Growing Culture, to bring the voices of the farmers, the peasants, the seed keepers, and the seed savers across the participating countries. Please listen to us and act in solidarity and in resistance in order to achieve Africa's food sovereignty. My name is Juliet Nangamba. I will be your weaver for this event. I work with CTDT, Community Technology Development Trust in Zambia. CTDT works to strengthen and support farmer-led seed systems to achieve food and nutrition security in rural households. For more information about CTDT, please follow our Facebook page at CTDT Seeds and our website www.ctdtzambia.com. CTDT is also a member of the Zambia Alliance for Agro-Biodiversity, which is a network organization actively involved in resisting the push in seed laws as well as biosafety laws. Please, for a better experience, join us on Zoom and follow the following Zoom rules. Mute your mic if you're not speaking. Leave your questions in the chat box and people will be there to attend to them. Share and invite other participants to learn and listen to the voices of the farmers. Share the live stream on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter with the hashtag #SeedThisPower. To begin our rally, we're going to have an opening, a drum call, and this will be done by Queen Quet. Seed This Legacy. Please enjoy.
Stay in the field, oh, stay in the field. Stay in the field until the war is ended. We going to stay in the field. Oh, stay in the field. Stay in the field until the war is ended. Down here, where we today, I need you to see in Atlantic, all the way across that Middle Passage, Valkebulan. We still the Mama Africa Chila. Still a whole part, the seed and thing. Well, come here. Oh, yeah, and red us. All the thing will come in we can. But draw them right here. And it's your soil. And it's your thing now. You can't get it. Call it sea and sand. We're so glad it is your day. But bring together the world. For North Sea, the seed, the power at this hour. That's why the other rest of people are kind of we, but try to teach this year. If it teach the seed, it teach who we be. So we're so glad it is your day. For how on the children, join in this year, drum call with we. Stand for who we be. Treasure. The farmers, the traditionalists, holy, and see from here, Africa, from here, the 7 continents, from here, Mishala, where we're gonna be for us. This year, with the growing culture, every seed we plant, legacy, this year, generation, what a kind. This year, we message, where but who be, this shall line, AGROECOLOGY. I'm so pleased to have this opportunity to welcome all of the seed holders. Within the seed is legacy, is tradition, is power. And that is why at this hour, there are those who want to come into our lands and take the seed, because where there is no seed, there is no growth. And so we stand together at this hour because we all know seed is definitely power. And so this day, for all of our ancestors who braided the seeds in their hair, carried them in their hands, and put them down into the sands, may we take a moment of silence. Ashe, Ashe.
Thank you, Queen Quet. Just confirm if you're able to get me in the chat, if I'm still there. Thank you to Queen Quet. Thank you for that wonderful opening, very powerful. As we are enjoying the seed rally today, celebrating our seeds, please let's remember the people that have carried us, that have brought us this far. We are now going to show a movie titled A Birthright. Seed is our birthright. Seed belongs to all of us. No one should have the ownership of seed. No one should infringe anyone's right to own seed. Please enjoy the movie A Birthright.
This seed was given to us by God. We have sovereign right to this seed. It is a symbol of our freedom to be who we are, to grow what we want to grow, to eat what we want to eat, to share what we want to share. It's a birthright, and it is a symbol of our cultural heritage. I found my life's purpose growing this local seed and distributing it far and wide. Yes, I have been threatened, but I'm not faced. It's something that I'm prepared to die for. No one has got the right to come and dictate to us which seed to grow, which seed to keep, which seed to share. What right do they have? Can they be above God who gave us this seed? Let me tell you one thing. Every day I get on my knees and I pray to God, and I come against these multinationals that are trying to destroy our seed sovereignty. And they will not succeed. You will not succeed. At the end of the day, it is these bullies, these multinationals who benefit, not us. We are slowly killing ourselves, and we are slowly killing off the environment while they go away happy with the fat bank accounts. You cannot fight God. You can intimidate us. You can bully me, but you will never succeed against God. And I will never stop growing this maize because it was given to me by God. I really get upset that a man, a person, an organization can take it upon themselves to dictate to everybody in the world how they should live their lives, what they should eat, what seed to grow. What right do you have? You've got no right. And I repeat myself, you will not succeed. It doesn't matter how many people you kill in the process, but you are not going to succeed. And my husband and I will not stop growing this local seed. In fact, we are looking for bigger tracts of land where we can grow this on a larger scale. You don't intimidate us. We fear only God, not man.
A film that shows other men are indeed denying other men food. We are now moving to our next session, to a panel discussion around seed as power. As announced, this rally is held to celebrate and honor our seed keepers, our savers, our farmers, and our peasants, and their indigenous ways of being, the indigenous knowledge that they have held and passed on from generation to generation. We are holding this rally, bringing to you the voices of the farmers in an act of resistance and solidarity. This segment will develop into the existing, emerging, and increasing threats to our seeds. Through this discussion, we will hear directly from the ground the current state of affairs and how it does not only impact our food, but everything to do with our livelihood and the livelihoods of those who depend on our seed, well beyond our villages, our countries, and our continent. Please join Amara Woods at Africans Rising, who will ask more questions about this. Amara, over to you.
Welcome, everyone. What an honor to be with you all today. We thank the ancestors for making this day possible, for giving the vision to all those who have come to lift up the voices of farmers, the voices of peasants, the voices of those who have protected the seed. So what a fitting start. We thank our weaver. We thank our sister from the Gullah Geechee community for grounding us. We also acknowledge that we are in a difficult moment as a human family, particularly as Pan-Africanists. We know that the COVID pandemic is devastating our communities, and we give honor to all who are sick and all who have lost their lives. We thank you all for carving out time to lift up this issue, to be with us today. So family, it is with great honor that I introduce a panel that many of you know from their decades of experience and commitment to these critical issues. We are joined across the human family, from the continent to the diaspora, and we will begin just by hearing from them, giving space so that we can understand these vital seeds that we need for our survival, for our health, for our well-being, for our future generations, are under threat. This panel, Seed as Power, is really focused on what's the reality? How did we get here? And what does the future look like? So we will begin. Let me just share. We've got phenomenal leaders that will share with us today. Patrice Sagbo from Benin will be here with us. You will hear directly from Patrice. David Otieno from the Kenyan Peasants League is here. Our sister Mary, many of us were hoping she would be here. She is one of those that are, as we speak, fighting the battle with COVID, and we just wish her well, and we send her blessings. She will not be with us today, but her spirit, her energies, her work will be here. Susan Nakagwe from Ukraine, as well as Alan Kocho. We will hear from the DRC, from Benin, from throughout the continent and the diaspora to understand fully this moment that we're in and why we need to rally, why we need to organize our energies, link our voices, link our forces together to protect the seeds. So please, let us begin with Susan. Share with us your lens. What are the threats? What are the challenges? What are farmers and communities facing around this planet? Share with us the reality from your lens, please.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to you. I'm coming to you from Uganda. My name is Susan Nakachwa, and it's such an honor to be here and to be the first person to speak about the seed sector and seed systems on the continent. And I work with grain, and we are very passionate about issues around seed, and especially if it involves smallholder farmers. just to paint a picture of the African continent and the importance of agriculture, in that all our official documents, at least on the continent, speak about the importance of the agricultural sector and how it is the backbone of so many of our economies and how we should protect it. Do the laws help us to do that? I think that's what I'm here to talk about, and also to find out. One of the most important facts of the agricultural sector is the ability to have seed. And if anybody owns your seed, they own you. And our seeds have very great attributes because they are unique, they can be saved, they can be multiplied, they are diverse, and they can be shared from generation to generation. And this is something that we all know and are passionate about because we love our seeds, we love the people who produce them, and we love the fact that we can keep them at home and still use them for generations to come, but also within the different sectors. It's also very important that we, since time immemorial, have been able to share our seeds freely without any hindrances on who you give it to, which borders it crosses, and how you share them with others and how you keep them for the next planting season. These characteristics of seeds being able to be multiplied, they can be saved, they can be used in different contexts, and they can also change themselves depending on the context that they're in, are things which people who want to profit do not want. And the fundamental characteristics that I spoke about prevent corporations from profiting from them, yet they would like to profit from them. They want to prevent farmers from being able to replant, to share, and to do all the things that we do with our seeds. So what do? They can limit us through genetics. And in genetics, we talk about the hybrids, we talk about the GMOs, and we talk about all the different ways of trying to tinker with seeds so that we don't have the ability to multiply them. Seed companies have been able to develop hybrids, but they haven't been able to develop all of them. And therefore, we find that there's only maize, I think, which they have successfully sort of played around with, but the other seeds they have failed to play around with. So they go to option 2, which is implementing seed laws and trying to bring up seed laws that will help them to control the seed sector. And the laws that we see within the seed sector prohibit us to save. They prohibit us to adapt to new varieties. And therefore, they are laws that are essentially intellectual property rights laws, and they're all about commodification of seeds and ultimately destroying farmer-managed seed systems, which we know on the continent, and also destroying the foundational systems and the processes that farmers have always relied on. Of course, there's a history to this, and there's a place where this comes from. And it comes from the World Trade Organization, which came into effect in 1995. But prior to that, there had been discussions around the trade-related intellectual property rights, which in short they call TRIPS, which is the first agreement.
Apology. I am sorry to interject. Could I just ask you to speak a little slower?
Okay.
Because the interpreters are unable to catch everything you are saying. Thank you so much. This is most important information, and we need it transmitted as much as possible. Thank you so much. Very grateful.
Okay, so sorry about that. I speak really fast, so somebody please slow me down if you have to. So the World Trade Organization is the basis for all the seed laws that we are seeing today. And it is the basis for the legalization of all trade intellectual property rights that we hear about. The trade-related intellectual property rights came into existence in 1994. They are the basis for the first global trade agreement, which set international norms for private intellectual property rights over seeds. And it was also the first treaty, that is the TRIPS treaty that I'm talking about, was the first treaty to impose global standards on intellectual property or legal ownership of plants, animals, and microorganisms. And the aim is to ensure that companies who are the big breeders of seed can make profits and also recoup from their investments. Now, we could have stopped there at the point of the trade-related intellectual property rights, but we complicated things further by bringing in free trade agreements. So within free trade agreements, we are talking about the economic partnership agreements, which are being negotiated in our different regional economic communities across the continent. which are further pushing for the countries from the north to get what they were not able to get under TRIPS, or the trade-related intellectual property rights. And within that, under TRIPS, our countries, and under TRIPS within the WTO, all WTO members are supposed to have some form of plant variety protection laws within their national environments. Again, I said we could have stopped at the point of the WTO and the plant variety protection at that point, because African countries were able, could sort of refuse to do anything beyond what they could do within their. So within TRIPS, individual member states and countries were allowed to design their own seed laws, and the flexibilities there would allow for African countries not to implement the provisions of the agreement. But there is an exemption to this, and the exemption expires on 1st July 2021, so that's in a few days, where we could have stayed with the WTO TRIPS agreements. But we added on the TRIPS and then just confused matters around seeds completely. So what are plant variety protection laws? They are basically intellectual property rules, and they're also known as plant breeders' rights. So they are designed to establish and protect monopoly rights to plant breeders over varieties that they have developed. It is an offshoot of the patent system that aims to transfer the control of seeds from smallholder farmers to multinationals and to governments. And how do they do this? They do this by creating harmonized regional variety protection systems that favor corporate seed producers.
We could listen to you for a full. I encourage everybody to please go to Grain's website, follow Susan on Twitter, stay engaged in this issue. Clearly, it has global repercussions and implications. And Susan, thank you for setting the table, for helping us understand the gravity of how multinational corporations and laws are being really stacked against farmers and those who are protecting the seed. I want us to shift to a specific country, to Kenya, where we can hear from David, from your vantage point, how are you seeing these threats and challenges, and what is the response that's being mounted by the Kenyan Peasants Association? David, we turn to you, please.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
We hear you well. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank my longtime comrade, Susan, for taking us through the first session. And I agree with her that we are actually, this rally is coming at a right time, because it is time that the movement together so that we can challenge this onslaught. And I want to speak briefly about the regional harmonization process that is actually now taking place, I mean, in the African Union level. And you find that if you look clearly.
So David, we're having
is driven by
issues.
trade.
Perhaps turn off your video. It may have a clear.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Now you can hear me well? Hello? Yes, so I don't know, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. What I'm saying is that the process for developing guidelines for the harmonization of African seed laws is actually driven by trade, and it is being pushed by the seed industries or the seed companies that want to control the seed sector in Africa. And if you look at what they're proposing, actually, some of the standards they are placing, which include distinctness, uniformity, and stability, actually locks down the peasant seed systems in Africa. Because you find that when we talk about the peasant seed systems, and as we have rightfully seen in the video, you find that these are seeds that have been passed from generation to generation. And when we talk about the seed systems in Africa, we talk about populations of seeds. So we talk about the bundle of rights of farmers. And you find that such processes that are leading to harmonization basically seek to criminalize, the peasant seed systems. Just yesterday, 2 days ago in Kenya, we had very bad news that Kenya actually ratified the use of GM cassava, which is also very bad news to the seed systems in Kenya. And very soon we are seeing open trials of GM maize. So you find that all these are actually about criminalizing the peasant seed systems. And who is funding such processes? You find that the process of harmonization of developing the guidelines started in March this year, 2021. And just yesterday or 2 days ago, we received a progressive report. And the facilitator is saying that they want to conclude this process by July. So you wonder the rush. We're in the middle of COVID pandemic. The participation of farmers in this process has been very limited. So you find that, to me, what I would say is that this seed rally is coming at a very opportune time, and all of us in this African region or in the global south or everywhere I come from the globe, those ones who are actually value the peasant seed systems, we need to come out and speak for the peasant seed systems. What we need to do again is to ensure that we continue saving our seeds, we continue producing using indigenous means, we continue expanding our farms. Just like the lady was speaking in the video said, that it is important to continue growing these seeds, to continue multiplying them. It doesn't matter whether they kill, whether they come with the laws that are criminalizing these processes. All of that we need to do is to ensure that as farmers or as the peasants and even as the consumers, we keep on promoting the seed systems that are actually geared towards ensuring that our seed systems, the peasant seed systems, are protected and are live for the posterity. Maybe finally, what I would say finally is that it's a call for action, and the first step is the genesis of a good law lies in disobeying an existing bad one. And what we need to do as peasant farmers and as consumers is to defy and to ignore such processes that alienate farmers or alienate consumers or alienate the grassroots people from the processes. We have a right to participate, and let us participate. Let us challenge these things in courts. Let us develop our own laws and take them to parliament to ensure that we protect our seed systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, for that powerful call to action. Protect our seed systems, change the laws where need be, change members of parliament where need be to make sure that we protect our people, protect our land, protect our seeds. Thank you so much. We next go to the DR Congo, to Alain Coucho, who will also share with us how he sees especially these legal threats, and what farmers need to do to actually make sure that they are fighting back to protect livelihoods and to protect lives. So Alain, we turn to you, please. And we remind everyone we have translators, so please speak slowly enough for the translators to be able to carry forward your message to others. Okay, it looks like we may be having difficulty getting Alain to come. David, again, you have put us on the right track. We will come back to the DR Congo, but before then, if we can, we want to go to see if Patrice has anything to offer in terms of, from the perspectives of Benin, what do you see as being sort of these legal challenges, how those legal challenges are being met, and what recommendations you have from farmers' organizations? Are you hearing us? Okay, well, we will come back perhaps while we sort out these other participants. Susan, is there more you would like to share with us? I feel like we cut you off at the beginning and there was so much you wanted to share as you were setting the table. But can you talk to us now about solutions, calls to action, more of this what we can do piece that David has gotten us started on? Susan?
I think that the passion and topic around seed is really critical, but there's so much that we can work together as a continent to do to ensure that we protect our seed diversity. Number one, the African Union is trying to have a harmonization process going on. And I think it was a document that was shared by it was shared within AFSA around what people can contribute to the process. And I think we need to speak in these spaces to be able to talk about, to put on the table the seed sector that we desire on the continent. Most importantly, we need to speak about the importance of smallholder farmers, celebrate them, celebrate what they do, and celebrate the seed sector, and also talk more about the seeds that are on the continent, which at the moment we are not talking as loudly as we should, because the protection of our seeds and seed varieties is important in that way. We should link the discussion around seeds to the different sectors of the economy and different sectors of development. So when we talk about the climate crisis, we don't talk about seed, yet the seed sector could answer a lot of questions around the climate crisis that we find ourselves in. When we talk about land grabs, that is seed that we are losing. When we talk about the corporations coming into the continent and taking away from us, that is the seed sector that is being attacked. So every single conversation that we have, we need to talk about the seed sector. But the seed laws also need to be very grounded within what we desire in our countries and in our context. At the moment, we have so many regimens of harmonization and also legislation that are happening. For example, at the East African level, we have the harmonization of the East African Bill 2018, which is very problematic because it's not talking about it is basically using UPOV 91 requirements to be able to put the law into place. Just an example that the East African community is at different levels of implementing UPOV. So for example, Uganda is implementing UPOV 1978, and Kenya is implementing 1991, Tanzania is implementing 1991, and it's a confusion of different legislations that we are seeing on the continent. South Africa is implementing 78, and the Francophone part of Africa is implementing parts of 91 and parts of 78. So it's a confusing state of affairs, and we need to be able to have a legislative process that not only protects smallholder farmers, but also speaks with one voice and speaks for the existence of the seed sector and the protection of all the people who contribute to it. So for example, the youth, the women, the policymakers, all that.
Thank you so much. We'll leave it there and come back to you, Susanna. And I'm hoping now Patrice is on and is able to join us. Patrice, from your lens in Benin, please weigh in on the solutions and the calls to action.
Donc, je vous présente tout parce qu'il y a une ici qui s'abat sur le Bénin.
I just want to apologize because the sound is muted, but I think there's some event happening in Benin. Yes, there was a power cut.
We're happy you're here. Welcome. We're so glad you're able to still join us beautifully. Go ahead.
Vous joindre à nous.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. I don't know where to begin because I'm not too sure where you're at.
So please just share with us your lens from
Est-ce que vous avez entendu parler des menaces comme l'UPOV?
I heard that you were talking about the threats that are upon us, such as the UPOV. Indeed, in the year 2017 in Benin, our government has registered Benin to UPOV. Sorry, I couldn't hear the date. And we have fought against this during 3 years. So the sound is cutting. So we have fought this, and in the end, I'm not sure what.
Allô?
Oui, Alan, continue.
Et ce que nous avons fait, nous avons créé un mouvement.
We have constituted a movement steered by the peasant associations, and we also had academia on board with us, and we crafted a common position that we addressed to the National Assembly. So that was our first step in resisting this move. And so the commission responsible for the laws responded to us and invited us. And the commission also in charge of development also heard us and listened to us. And the president of the National Assembly has also listened to us. And therefore they called on to the Minister of Agriculture. And we organized several meetings to have our voices heard. And in the end, on the day they were to vote when they wanted to vote the law, we strongly voiced our objection to this law that threatened to kill our peasants. And it's only an extremist. Sorry, the sound cut again.
So I'm sorry, the connection is, I'm sorry, family, the connection is so poor. It's difficult for the sound to come through, and it's difficult for our translators as well. So and in the interest of Patrice, we're so grateful for you. So grateful for your work. Yeah, I'm wondering if we can shift to Alan. Alan, can you please weigh in and share with us again your call to action? The time is against us. There's so many questions people want to weigh in, but we need to hear from you, Alan, in terms of how you see the challenge and the solutions.
Bonjour.
Hey, hello.
Good morning. I am very happy
delighted
to be with
here with you today. So first of all, I just want to greet you, dear sisters and brothers,
dear is to greet and congratulate you, my dear African brothers and sisters.
And I'm just going to talk about just the continuity of what the former speakers have been discussing.
Previous speakers.
So I'm just going to be bouncing off what has been shared previously. So with regards to the RDC, the DRC, we also have to intervene, as other African countries have to. And what's happening today in the Democratic Republic of Congo, I would say it's a complete chaos. I would say it's even a complete ripoff. Because if you think of the peasants, our parents, who have been living off the seeds and who have crafted the sector as it is today, and if you look at the seeds that you find today, and the fact that the seed is seen as something criminal, this is dramatic. And the seeds that are made by our ancestors are grown in the respect of the environment, in the respect of agroecology. This is the only sector where you can find women and men and genes get together, basically. And it really enhances social cohesion within communities. It also helps address gender issues. And it also helps people in the rural communities to generate a bit of an income. But all of this is now being hijacked by multinationals who are trying to control everything because they've got millions of dollars invested. They are the ones influencing the policies within our countries, are really trying to control the agricultural services. And it's also linked to the control of the mining sector. So they're trying to hijack the seed system, which is represented by up to 73% by small peasants. So also I'm going to be sharing with you my little presentation that I have prepared. I'll be sharing it with you in the chat box, as well as a couple of links. But where I have hope is the fact that we could organize such a rally. I just want to say well done to the whole team, because as African that we are, for once, we need to be saying that this is the seed issue is a problem that we all need to be working towards. This is an issue that calls for us to mobilize. So I'm just saying that this is a first important step, in the meaning that we just could not allow this to happen anymore. It's almost like we're treating Africa as a thing, and we are human beings. And it's so essential that within all these discussions happening, we are associated. According to them and according to their discourse, what they're promoting, the hybrid seeds, the GMO seed is a good seed. This is the scandal. And currently, the seed systems as they are designed or they're being crafted is a criminalization of seeds. The informal seeds are just, they want to take them off the market. So as Africans, we really need to support small peasants so that they are able to control what belongs to them. This is key to food security, food sovereignty. And food sovereignty needs to be resting upon small-scale farmers, on rural households who are using organic compost and who are using indigenous seeds. And also we are what we eat. And if we are what we eat, that means that we need to control our seed sector. And we've noticed today that with the GMOs that we are consuming, we can see that there is a higher risk of cardiovascular diseases, and there is an increase in the occurrence of diabetes. And when you look at it, this is all linked to what we are consuming.
Let's mobilize
friends,
because we are
mobilize because we have the chance today that people are now aware, and others, the multinationals, have the means to impose their will, but we have the intelligence and the ability to mobilize.
We have to mobilize, come together to really make a pressure on our decision makers that they are the leaders, but the last.
Thank you so much. Yes, our time is against us. Thank you very, very much, Patrice. Our time is against us.
Merci beaucoup à vous aussi.
We thank all of the participants who have offered questions in the Q&A as well as in the chat. We hope that our panelists can just take 1 minute to give a call to action. If there is one thing you want to come out of this rally today, what would it be? So if we can just go around very quickly to each of our panelists, and we're hoping that the technology will not fail us, so that each of you can just briefly say, what is your one call to action for those who are joining us in this rally today? So let's try and see if Alan, can we have Alan first to weigh in on that and see if his system is working? And then we come back to Patrice. We start west and then we go to East Africa. Please, Alan. 1 minute, your one call to action.
Merci beaucoup. Comme action, il est temps de poser des actions en termes.
In terms of action, what I'm saying is that we need to set up programs, we need to set up projects to stop this rip-off and to enable peasants to benefit from their rights in terms of food sovereignty.
Merci. Thank you so much, Alan. Patrice, to you, your one call to action, 1 minute. What do you want every participant today and those that we can reach beyond today? What do you want them to do that will be quick, decisive, and possible?
Okay. Moi, j'en ai 4, j'en ai 3. Vous allez me dire.
I have 3. I have 3. I'll be very brief. We need to involve all stakeholders, that is to say, governments, the locally elected people, local councillors, as well as traditional chiefs and religious chiefs. We need to introduce in school curricula, we need to introduce the issue of seed. This needs to be introduced in curricula at the level of high schools and university. And number 3, we need to set up public events, such as seed fora, seed exhibition to give visibility to the issue. So I think if we do that, it's really going to result in something. And we also need to promote traditional knowledge. With the focus on these seeds and an understanding of the threat presented by the new laws. And this is how we will move forward.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. David, we go to you next. Your one call to action for all joining us today and beyond today.
Yes, thank you so much. My one call for action is that we need to get out of our cocoons, working on pigeonholes, and build a broad-based coalition of all people who are involved in the seed processes. And then secondly, we should not wait for government to come up with the laws. We also need to document best practices, have public participation forums, develop model laws that we can be able to push through the legal systems. And that is the only way that we can protect, because the government, the transnational corporations will never develop laws for us. There's no colonizer who has made laws to liberate any other person. So when we wait for them to make laws and we react, we will never win. We need to be proactive, build broad-based coalitions, develop model laws, and push them through the systems. Thank you.
Liberate ourselves. Thank you for that, David. Brilliant. Susan, please, your one call to action.
No to industry agriculture, no to corporatization of the farmer-managed seed systems. Celebrate the African smallholder farmers and celebrate our seeds and our cultures, because that is all we have to protect.
Well said. Well done. We could have the whole day just on you all, but please, we ask you to join us in thanking our brilliant panelists for their contributions today, for the work that they do, grounding us as we begin to remind ourselves that seed is power. So join us in thanking Patrice Sagbo from Benin, David Otieno from Kenya, Susan from Grain, and Alan from the DR Congo. Thank you so much for your work, for your vision, for your analysis, but also for your power.
A big thank you.
Thank you so much.
We thank everyone.
Thank you.
And we turn back to our weaver. Please continue to weave. What a brilliant, brilliant opportunity to participate today. Thank you so much, everyone. Please keep your chats going and keep your tweets and keep connected Thank you so much for the work that you all are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amara. Thank you so much for the powerful, wonderful information that we have received from the panelists today on seed under threat. Indeed, we have planted a strong seed today, and we hope to see the strong fruits of this seed that we have planted today. Corporates have not only taken away, have not only put the seed under. Corporates have not only put the seed under threat, but they are also taking away our culture. Seed, with its intelligence, has shaped the culture of many African societies. We've seen seed being used in marriage rites, initiation rites. We've seen seeds being used in many aspects of our African life. Please, I would like to you to enjoy the video that we're going to show now, Seed as a Culture.
This is my farm. I'm gonna show you where I planted my seeds. The seeds, which is our inheritance. It is our pride. It is our life. It is what we depend on. This is where I planted my maize, pumpkins, some beans as well. In this field, I've never applied any chemical. No fertilizer, no herbicide is used, and no hybrid has been used in this. I know our governments give us some inputs, but that creates dependency as well at a certain stage. So we are trying to run away from that. Now, I want to show you the wealth of our culture, the biodiversity, the richness of the seeds that we have. The role of the government is to recognize all our indigenous seeds. They need to be protected. I'm gonna show you my seeds. The seeds which are rich in nutrition. And I'm gonna show you these 3 varieties of cereals, which can be an alternative to maize. You can use them in any soils. They are early maturity crops. Then this was passed on by my in-law. This has been planted year in, year out for generations. And we also have cucumbers, local cucumbers, which has been planted for generations as well. It's all indigenous and the fertility is so natural. We are doing this because I know if you produce the food using natural seeds, natural fertility, crops will be very healthy. So that is why I, in the community, promote this so that we do not rely on anyone. The culture is very important. So whatever we have as seed, whatever we have we are using or whatever we are consuming should be passed on to the next generation. So whatever I have, I urge my children to keep on using it because it's very important. It will reduce dependency, to improve the nutrition, and it will keep their culture, their identity as well.
I hope you've enjoyed the short movie. That was Mary in the movie who was supposed to be on the previous panel, but she couldn't join us today. That was her talking about seed as culture. We've always recognized that seed is under threat, but this seed has continued from generation to generation. We want to understand how this has happened. We'll now have a panel discussion where we discuss farmer-managed seed systems and community seed banks. Please, those who are joining us via Facebook, share as much as possible so that a lot of people can join in and can learn. And also people who have joined us via Zoom, please call in more friends and share the live videos with the hashtag #SeedIsPower on the AFSA page and on a Growing Culture page. Leonardo, over to you, please.
Sorry, Leonida, we can't hear you. Can we just confirm that the audio is on?
Now?
Yes.
Yes, please, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, let me get rid of. Yes, as I was saying, in the African context, seed is food, seed is cultural, seed is inherited. And as Mary has just shown us from Zambia, the seed that she's planting were passed on to her from somebody else. And she has the intention of passing them on even to her children to retain, first of all, the nutrition, to retain the natural taste of food, but also as a form of identity. Today, we are going to be talking to our presenters from different parts of Africa. We have northern part of Africa, that is Tunisia. We have Kenya, which is in the eastern part of Africa. We're also going to be listening to our presenter from Southern Africa, specifically Zambia. And then we're also going to be listening to a voice of an organization that practices culture and tradition in relation to seed, and that is Africa Biodiversity Network. Our first presenter is going to be Edwin Jean Daniel, and is going to be talking to us about endangered indigenous seed bank. We all know that our seeds are under threat from GM trials, as was shared by CD, what we had, what is very fresh in the Kenyan situation. And when seeds are threatened, our livelihoods are threatened, our future is threatened, and also our culture. Daniel, welcome. As you come in, you could tell us about the Africa Biodiversity Network, and then you could also tell us about the endangered indigenous seed bank, and also why is it important, especially right now, where when we're having a lot of harmonization of legislations across the continent, and even across within the African Union. And of course, there are also elements of biopiracy across the continent. Welcome, Jean. Is he with us?
Bonjour, bonsoir tout le monde. J'espère que vous allez bien.
Each and everyone, I hope that you're doing well. I wish to share a few pictures, a few photos with you, if you can allow me to share my screen, just to share a few photos with you, please.
Yeah, you should have sharing privileges now.
Donc, allez-y. Thanks a lot. I am Jean-Edouin Daniel. I work for CEDAS. The CEDAS is an organization which works in partnership with PBN, African Biodiversity Network. It's an African network which promotes biodiversity. We work in terms of helping, the farmers to keep the traditional knowledge and the seeds. So before I continue, I'm going to talk about EBN and SEVAS. EBN, as I said right now, is which is a network promoting biodiversity. It's a regional, a network of individuals and organizations which is trying to find some African solution to African issues such as ecology-based issues, socio-economic, issues. EBN, has 6 partners for the time being in 12 countries. So among these countries, we have Benin, Botswana, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Mozambique, South Africa, Tanzania, Togo, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. So the SEVAS is an organization founded by FAMIDIA. So we focus on the indigenous knowledge on agroecology and the protection of biodiversity. So we work with many farmers, but in our project on the conservation of endangered seeds, so we work in 3 communities, 3 different communities. First of all, I will tell you how we define an indigenous seed. It's a seed which concerns a specific a place which has not been modified by the human being. How do we define an endangered seed? So the seed is endangered when a lot of stakeholders, are involved in using this seed, and we can meet it on the market. And most of the food made from this seed, are seldom. So that is how we started, with this treaty to really repatriate these seeds. So we put the farmers in network. So let's recall that there is something that we used to eat, in our forefathers' days. But at a certain moment, we wish to get this local food, but we cannot find it on the market. So it is very probable that this seed is disappearing, or is in danger. So that is why with this community, we have decided to set up a seed bank for conserving those seeds, so the farmers who hold seeds can come and deposit, the seed at the level of a bank, and those who are missing, who don't have those seeds can come and get them, from this bank and bring back with an interest. For example, if you take 1 kg of seed, so you should bring back more than 1 kg. It can be 1.5 or 2 kg according to his or her capacities. And what will be brought will be shared with other farmers. So it is a way to save those endangered seeds. So one of the things that we've been able to do is that we organize, during the inauguration, the seed bank inauguration, we organize, an event. So we notice that in most of our recipients, our containers are in plastic in terms of, saving our seeds. So we hope to get, a better conservation tools, which are not in plastic. So we organize some exhibition fairs in order to share those seeds with other people who cannot reach them. So we also organize some, exposition fairs, not only about with the seeds, but our diets, our meals that our grandfathers used to eat. because the purpose of keeping the seed is to produce, a natural food. So we also try to raise awareness of its grassroots population about the work we have achieved so far. So thanks a lot to have given us, the possibility to share our work with you.
Thank you so much for reminding us that seed can actually be shared, seed should be saved, and of course, seed should be kept for future generations. And of course, you've also reinforced the fact that African seed is under threat, and it's very, very important for us to be able to save our seeds, not only for now, but also, just a moment, let me change the language. You can hear me now?
Yep.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
As
As I was saying, thank you very much, Jean, for reminding us that seeds can be saved, seeds should be exchanged, and seeds should not be commodified. And of course, you've also pointed out the fact that seeds should be saved because we need them for future generations. Next, we'll be talking to David Wanjama from the Seed Savers Network based in Kenya. David is going to be sharing with us his success story, but also it's very important for him to let us know why this is very important, especially in allowing farmers to have an agency over their seeds. Daniel, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Leonida. I want to be allowed to share some pictures.
Go ahead.
I wish to show you some pictures because they are very nice and they just explain exactly what the process we follow in setting up seed banks. And this is going to be useful in anybody who want to also practically solve the problems of seed access that we are all facing. Am I able to share my screen?
Your screen is shared.
Your screen.
You can see it, yeah?
Yes.
Can you see
It just switched off.
Sorry? What is there?
The shared screen just switched off.
So I should be able to share. Can I? Okay. So are you able to see my screen?
We were able to see it, but it just switched off again.
Yeah? It stopped?
Yeah, it stopped sharing now.
Okay, let me try again. You are seeing the screen. I want you to see some pictures on my screen.
No, we can't see your screen, Daniel.
No, we are not seeing the pictures.
So I should first of all switch off my camera, maybe, yeah? And try to share now.
Yes, that's better. That will be better.
But I don't see why.
It's fine, Daniel. At the moment, we can see your screen. If you proceed to the photos right away, we will be able to see what you are sharing.
You can see
the photos. You can switch.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry for the delay.
Maybe, Daniel, as you're opening to share your screen, you could be sharing with the participants about Seed Savers Network.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes, we can see it
Yes.
is visible.
Yeah, you can see my presentation now. Yeah, on the screen. Sorry, I apologize for that. But Seed Savers Network work at the grassroots in Kenya, and we practically work with farmers to address seed access issue. One of the most important cultural activity is seed saving and storing seeds in the seed bank. And the first step that we do in seed saving is actually mobilization of farmers, because there is a lot of campaign which has happened over time to stop farmers from saving seeds or having seeds in their seed bank, being told that their seeds are not good enough. So to rewind that, we have to talk to them and go to them and ask them whether that is the right thing to do. And we just visit farmers groups, barazas, and ask them whether they would like to save seeds or they would like to start seed saving. If they say yes, we start training them on saving seeds of certain crops. Some of the crops that we we might have had, but they are not saving their seeds, is especially those that are hard to find in the agro shops, especially like you can see in that picture, local vegetables. If you don't save your own seeds, you'll never find them anywhere. So we train them on how to harvest them, how to select the best seeds, and also after that, we also like for the crops like maize that require positive seed selection, we show them how to select for the fast growing, for the ones that resist against pests and diseases, for the one that will do in little rains, even for climate change. And eventually, what should go to the next generation of crop is the crop, is the plant, are the seeds that are better in terms of adaptability. And then after that, the seeds are harvested. And of course, this follows the previously tagged crops. Previously that they are tagged in the field is what is harvested as seed, as you can see this picture. And then what we do is also now we process the seeds. Like for instance, if it's tomatoes, you have to do wet extraction, and then we have to dry them, as you can see in the pictures. And we have also to remove any foreign material or seeds that are not good enough, so that what go to the store is goods that are ready to germinate. And then we do some sort of treatment, but we don't use chemicals. What we use is the diatomaceous earth. It's a mineral that we mine around here, and also is commonly available in many places in Kenya, I believe in many places in Africa. And eventually that protects seeds against pests like weevils or against molding. And then we also do the labeling and documentation, so that because our seed banking model is based on everyone has to bring their own seeds in a specific location where people have agreed together. So we label seeds clearly to show which seed is that, how does it germinate, and also sometimes put the name of the owner. And of course, as you're able to sell sometimes, or you're able to exchange with others. And then after that, you bring them to the seed bank. That is now the story. Some farmers preserve them in their own granaries. Others preserve them in the common seed bank, like the ones you can see here. And they are all belonging to them. But when they come to collection, they don't have to collect all of it. They collect only part of it. But before anything else, we do the documentation. And this is a development of community biodiversity register, just to say that the seeds that are in the seed bank belong to the farmers. And we some sort of in the documentation process create evidence that these seeds really belong to this community, and that also try in some way to address the threat of biopiracy, because Kenyan laws on seeds allow companies to private farmer seeds. The way to prevent that is to create some sort of evidence that they existed before. So we take pictures and we describe them a bit, and we also take indigenous knowledge that is associated with those varieties. And after that, just before the planting season, we conduct seed fairs so that everyone who has seeds in the seed bank can come and display them. And the people who are not members of the seed bank could come and buy. And those who are members of the seed bank could exchange seed with each other. For instance, you can give me one glass of same varieties of bean, and I give you a glass of another variety of bean, and like that. And others who have money, they could buy from those who have been conserving them. And after that, the seeds during the planting season, people have to come to the seed bank and collect their seeds. And the reason why there is communal seed storage, like keeping the seeds together in one homestead. It's not necessarily a building that is constructed as a seed bank, but keeping together in one homestead is to avoid the temptation of eating the seeds when the hunger strike, or selling the seeds. Most of the seeds are also grains, or selling them when you really need money. But if you keep them somewhere with the rules and regulations where you cannot access them, you are able to have them there for as long as they are required to be, until the rain comes. And then after, we also have the seeds in the seed bank. We upload those seeds in the seed exchange platform, where other people who could be far are able to get the contact of the farmers who are selling those seeds, and they could request them to send them on courier, and they could send money on M-Pesa. Eventually, everybody is able to access seeds from wherever they could be, and the rare varieties are able to move. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I also apologize that I was a bit challenged because I was not using computer really. I was a bit challenged in sharing my screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for sharing, and of course for linking technology to indigenous seeds. This is something that is quite worth celebration. And of course, one thing that maybe you forgot to say is that you also developed a book which people can use to actually see the steps in how to save seeds. Next, we are going down south to Southern Africa region. And there we're going to be meeting Linda Kabaira from RESCO. Linda is going to be talking to us about young people and a project they have called Regreening Schools. Linda will also be telling us why youth, why culture, and also what is the intersectionality, for example, between seed, youth, and culture. And then, of course, Linda will also be sharing with us what has been their success story with regards to the greening schools, and also working with young people, given that we know that food production is inherently an elderly people's occupation? How are they succeeding in bringing young people back to agriculture? Over to you, Linda. Welcome.
Thank you, Leonida. Like she says, my name is Linda Kabaira. I'm from Zimbabwe, working with RESCOP, RESCOP standing for Regional Schools and Colleges Permaculture Program. So RESCOP actually started way in 1994 in Zimbabwe as a community-led initiative, which is founded on the inspiration to transform landscapes so that they can become green and edible. So this is actually the platform that we ride on as an organization to ensure that landscapes can be edible, they are eaten, and the young people are actually motivated. So just getting into why we actually work with youth, I think most of you might have followed or know, according to UN, the proportion of youth in Africa, like the people that are aged 15 to 24, is actually 20% of the population of us in Africa. And then when we include the ones that are above 15 but below 35, which are still within the youth age range, they contribute 60, almost 75%, which is 3/4 of the population of us in Africa. So if we are actually thinking that 75%, if we are here today talking about seed, the sustainability of seed in Africa, and if we leave 75% of us, then I'm sure as much as we are doing a lot of work, we are actually leaving the whole of us out of this whole motion. So as we think about advocating for seed, sustainable seed systems, sustainable food systems, we really have to think about how do we make sure that these youths are part of this motion so that we don't leave 75% of us out of this motion. So as RESCOP, we are actually working currently the ones that are official within the network. We are in 5 countries, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Zambia, Uganda, Kenya. But this is actually an evolving, a growing network, like a myceliating network of young people across the countries in Africa, where the biggest issue is us weaving together through the growth, multiplicity of all the issues that the youth are actually going through. But of importance is us sending the message out there that youths and young people are the custodians of their land, their seed, and their culture. And by so doing, we make sure that as they do the work that they are doing, they are advocating with their communities, the local leaders, on environmental friendly policies, starting with the education, like as an organization, starting from the name itself, RESCOP, which is based on the schools and colleges. So we are looking at schools as centers where the schools are supposed to be demonstration centers for green communities, where everything else happens, and then the community is supposed to learn, it diffuses into the community, and then it grows out. So by so doing, we are actually trying to influence the policy, the education policy. Like in Zimbabwe, we've actually done quite a lot of work around that, making sure that we have regenerative agriculture, agroecology, and permaculture within the school curriculum, not just on the theoretical part, but also on the practical sense. And then we also move on to other policies, the environmental related policies like the climate policy, what exactly is in and how are young people benefiting. We also have the renewable energy policy, all the policies that are relevant in terms of ensuring that the future of young people and the future of nations in Africa are actually better. So this is kind of what we focus on. But we have significant pathways that we use, like what she indicated during the introduction. So we have the 2 pathways. First one is the Green Schools initiative, which we are actually known for, where I spoke earlier about transforming landscapes, so that instead of them becoming just bare landscapes, they become edible. They become something that young people can actually be motivated to work on. They can harvest food from the grounds around their school grounds, from being bare landscapes where they will be sweeping sometimes, or if not, there will be lots of lawn, but then the lawn is not something that the children can eat. But knowing also the circumstances within our Africa, we are struggling with water, but you'd find that some schools can ask even young people to bring a bottle of water to water some flowers or lawn. So the motion that we're actually pushing for is that instead of us growing lawn and using all these resources, why not grow food that the young people can actually enjoy at the end of the day? So that's the motion that we're using. So that pathway is the Green Schools for Nutrition Enhancement and Climate Resilience, a pathway which focuses mostly on supporting school-based feeding programs within schools. So around those, throughout the projects that we're working with within the 5 African countries that I spoke about, we are working in over 200 schools, in excess of plus or minus 100,000 learners that are directly benefiting in their communities. So they will be looking at improving growing and intake of balanced diet, looking at learners being able to consume 4-star diets, energy-giving foods, which are focused on cereals, protective foods, the fruits, the vegetables, the proteins, both from plant and animals. And within this, there is no way we can actually talk about growing food or balanced diet without really talking about the seed. So we have an initiative around this that we call seed libraries, where we continuously share, multiply, grow seed, and then the kids take the seed home and the seed actually diffuses into the community. And one other focus that we have there is a focus on our traditional foods and our traditional seeds. So when it comes to the energy-giving seeds, we promote cereals such as our local small grains, the rapocos, different small grains, and then we also promote things like cassava, sweet potatoes, which are not so difficult and can thrive very well within our spaces. And then when it comes to the vegetables, we also look at the different local varieties that we have, the amaranthus, the blackjacks, which are not so common because of the context, the narrative that has been there, but yet they are very high in the different micronutrients. Then when it comes to the protein, we do the same thing. When it comes, we look at the pulses, the legumes, the so small things that have actually been thrown aside. So we bring these things into the spaces of the school. So alongside this, because of the trend of working with young people, we then bring the hashtag grow your own, cook your own, and eat your own, where we inspire the young people to actually get excited by these friends of bringing in the hashtags, let's grow our own, let's cook our own, and let's eat our own. So we bring in these spaces again, the learning of how to cook these traditional varieties, the traditional dishes, making them popular in different ways, and also bringing in different ways of cooking that would really motivate the young people to actually love eating and celebrating these. And to wind up,
Linda, maybe we can share the presentation with the participants. Maybe we can share it with you could share it with Dima. I know we are pressed for time, and we have a lot that we could hear from you. So probably you could share that so that you can give the opportunity to the Tunisian group to share with us what's happening in the northern part of Africa.
That's all right. Thank you very much, Leonardo. Thank you for this opportunity.
All right. And you'll be sharing your presentation with the other participants so that they can follow up. And of course, they'll be following you on Twitter as well as your page at RESCOPE. Next, we are going to Northern Africa, specifically to Tunisia. And in Tunisia, we're going to be listening to the Association Tunisienne de Permaculture. And in Tunisia, we're having a presentation from Freddy and Rim, and they'll be sharing with us what they do with regard to the Festival of Indigenous Seeds. And of course, they're going to be delving into issues around permaculture, as well as who their friends are and why it's important to have allies when you're talking about issues of food and issues of seed. Welcome, Freddy.
Welcome, thank you very much. Bonjour, merci. عسلامة الكل، مرحبا. المتحدثين متعرف بروحها، مرحبا.
عسلامة, donc أنا ريم فلوثي.
Hi everyone, this is Reem.
Je suis la présidente de l'association tunisienne de
I
permaculture.
am the president of Tunisian Permaculture Association for 4 years. So I'm going to tell you that
qui voulait travailler et développer la permaculture en Tunisie.
by a group of people in Tunisia. So the first issue is about the peasant seed. So we cannot do permaculture and agroecology and grow hybrid seeds. So the first thing that they did in 2015 is to create, the first feast of peasant seeds in the region, not the capital city. So we work over all the Tunisian territory. So the problem is that the first 3 years there was a few people that were concerned, interested in the farmers' seed. So we did not voice about them a lot. So there's a group of
So in 2018, we decided to go and look for seeds.
We
and
organized,
set up
the caravan of
for peasant seeds, and we undertook a huge trip across the country, and we literally went to knock on the doors of all the farmers, and they referred us to other farmers, and we could find farmers who were still cultivating indigenous seeds and seeds that had been saved from generation to generation. So these farmers constitute our main working group and our main panel of advocates for seed saving, and we invite them each and every year at our fair, and this annual fair takes place in different places, because the idea is that the farmers are not expected to come to us, but we also come to them. So each and every year, we organize these fairs in different regions of the country. So today, farmers are aware of the advocacy work that is required on the issue. And this advocacy work has borne fruit because we have managed to set up a gene bank in Tunisia. And the work that we have managed to do around this have started to create awareness around this topic of seeds. And we have even managed to manufacture a stamp, a postal stamp. It's maybe not big, but on this stamp, there is mention of indigenous seeds. And this is important because these are activities through which the awareness of people grows on the issue. We have also edited a small guidebook. It's going to be released this year. And this book lists all the seeds we have found in Tunisia. And the issue, as in every way, is that we're lacking of seed variety. So Fretch coordinates this peasant seed program in Tunisia, and is also the head of the organization of all these seed fairs. So over to him.
Thank you very much for sharing. Okay.
It says activating his mic now. There we go. Thank you, everyone. My name is Frej Kawesh. I am the coordinator of the Peasant Seed Project together with my colleagues. And this project is basically seed saving is the basis of the main concerns of the association. So what we're trying to celebrate in our fairs is this festive dimension of the gatherings, and this speaks of a certain form of resistance. So we have set up a network of seed savers throughout the country. We invite them each and every year, often on the first weekend of the month of September. And each and every year we choose one town where everybody gets together, and the following year it will happen in some other place. So the main activity that we carry out is about seed saving, free donation of seeds, promoting exchanges of seeds. But there's also other activities that we focus on. We organize workshops around seeds and agroecology, different conference. We also screen movies and organize debates. So that's the seed fair. And this event is really, people really wait on it. They look forward to it. We have also made the decision a few years back now to set up seed houses. We started with the southern part of the country. We started visiting in households and identifying people who are still saving seeds. And we're talking about peasant seeds. And the idea was to set up people in networks and to connect them amongst one another so that they would be saving their seeds and exchanging them. So we started in the Sahelian region, and we opted to really focus on an area and do well-established work there, and then to move on. And there's an activity around multiplying ancient varieties. We've been, for instance, working on ancient wheat varieties. So what we do is we would hand over a small starter pack of wheat to a group of peasants, and later in the year, they can save their entire harvest and then hand over a small quantity to the seed saving bank, which will in turn be handed over to another group of farmers. So this is our way of promoting the cultivation of peasant seeds. So there's various varieties like Arwisha variety that we've promoted like this. We've also been doing the same with leguminous plants. There's also a dimension related to scientific vulgarization, promotion of our work. What's very important is to clearly establish an important point. One mustn't confuse hybrid seeds and GMO seeds. So there's many concepts that need to be clarified. So what we're doing is that we're working on support materials that will be broadcasted and shared, disseminated with the public audience, both in English and, both in French and in Arabic, but we're really trying to simplify the language used in these materials so that it remains accessible to farmers. So this is a little bit what we've been doing. I don't know. We are delighted because each and every year there are more and more people who are expressing interest in the ancient seeds. There are more and more farmers who are wanting to be part of it. And there's also other initiatives related to culinary knowledge. What's very important is to foster a culture around the culinary heritage, around the use of these ancient varieties. So we're very, very proud to be working alongside this initiative.
Thank you so much, Fred and Freddie and Rim. What you're going to do right now is you're going to have one key message from all the presenters, and we're going to be starting with Daniel. We're going to be starting, sorry, with Jean. What's your key message to listeners who are listening to us from all over the world, and also governments? What key message do you have? Then we'll go to Daniel, Linda, then Freddie. Then we wind up this session. Thank you. Daniel, over to you.
Hello. Oui, j'ai la parole. Hello.
Okay, Jean, one message you have.
OK, le message que j'ai pour tout le monde qui écoute et à travers cette réunion, c'est que
the message I would like to share
donc si vous voulez
that there's no better seed bank than the land. The best seed bank is the land. So that's what you need to protect and preserve.
Very much. Daniel, next.
Thank you. For me, I think the battle we have is one big giant or two big giants against very many people, very big population. So our strength as people who are fighting for food sovereignty, for seed sovereignty, our strength is anchored on the number of people you could reach and the number of farmers you could work with at the grassroots level. I would therefore urge everyone to try as much as possible to empower people at the grassroots so that the numbers would help us to push for policy change and to push for the right regulations and the right rules. So thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Linda. One key message that you have for participants, for farmers, as well as government.
Thank you. So my message is, let's bring the young people in these spaces where we speak seed, where we speak land, where we speak our culture. There is nothing we will do for them without them. Thank you.
And Freddie?
Ok, alors mon message, c'est...
So my message is that this is an ongoing struggle. The companies who are holding the seeds monopolies are huge companies, and they have huge turnovers, huge capital. And these companies
ce n'est pas les petits paysans
which are advocating for technological progress. You know, it's not the small peasants who have access to scientific progress. And so nowadays, technology is evolving at a very fast pace. There's a lot of new discoveries, but these always seem to be favoring the private sector in these companies. So my message is to always seek on self-improving, on expanding your knowledge, learning more, and not trying to resolve issues isolatedly, but by working together. This can happen, obviously, this collaboration can happen on a small scale, but obviously on an international scale between ourselves. So that's my message. Okay, I'll hand over to Rim.
Thank you very much. We've been reminded that as Africans, as people in the African continent, on the subject of seeds, on the subject of culture, we can dare to reinvent the future. With that, we'd like to end our session and we proceed to the main panel. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you so much, Leonida. and the panelists for the wonderful sharing, informative messages that you've sent out to us. I've just been struck by this one quote that one panelist said, that the land is the greatest seed bank that we have, and we need to protect it. Yes, it's very true. We can't separate issues of seed from the land. We need to protect the land. We need to protect the seed, and eventually we'll protect the culture. We'll protect ourselves as a continent. We will now, for this work to be fruitful, for the seed to be protected, and for the seed to continue, we need to bring out our voices. And these voices just need not to be brought out, but they also need to be held, to be heard. We'll now show in our next session a short film. Listen to us. Indigenous seed is very important because it plays a very crucial and critical role for food and nutrition at household level, even at national level. But the policies that we have now, the decisions that are being made are pushing this seed away. Most of the time, the policies that are made impact the farmers in the negative way, because these policies are pushed by big multinational companies. The issue here is not about feeding the world. The issue here is about making profit. The first step to making that profit is the seed. When farmers are dependent on this seed, then other inputs will follow. It is the fertilizers, it is the herbicides, and it is the insecticide to control all the other pests that might come because of the kind of food system that we are adopting. The policymakers only get a view from a very small number of people that are able to go to them. The majority of the farmers cannot come to the policymakers. So it is therefore very important that the policymakers go to the farmers and they get confronted by the farmers.
You look on important issues. We prioritize. Now, we don't need to prioritize between a commercial farmer and a small-scale farmer. The majority of this country are made up of what? We are happy today you are listening to us. You are a listening ministry now. For a better, for a change. And get our message to the government.
The agenda of the farmers is to ensure that they have enough food for their families and for the generations that are going to come. The agenda for the farmers is that they protect the biodiversity that is in their communities. But the agenda of the few on the other side is that they make profit of these farmers, taking away knowledge from the farmers, taking away the resource that the farmers have to just favor a few people. We really call for support for the indigenous seed that the farmers have continued to use from generation and generations that have come and have gone. We don't want this seed to disappear. We need to have this seed because it shapes the food and nutrition security at the household level. Therefore, we need to ensure that farmers' voices are heard. And the only way that the farmers are going to be heard is to have dialogues like that, where we take policymakers and farmers and bringing them in one space. We need to bring networks, organizations together. We even need to bring government in our spaces so that we share knowledge on how we're going to conserve our seed, how we're going to share seed, and how we prepare for the future that is coming. If we do not make a proper decision, we will harm the future and we will deny future generations a future that they're supposed to enjoy. I hope we have enjoyed the short film. Listen to us. We need to continuously engage our governments as we take on the struggle to ensure that we do not lose our seeds, we do not lose our culture, we are not losing our land. And thank you to Juliet and the farmers for bringing out the voices to the government. The next session, we're going to listen to a panelist on seed as resilience. This will look at the integral role that women are playing to ensure that this seed is being protected. We all know that the women are in the forefront to saving seed, utilizing the seed sustainably, and they're in the forefront to cook the meals that we enjoy. We're going to hear from our panelists now, who are going to be moderated by Amma. Amma, over to you.
Thank you so much, Juliet. And I'm going to start and apologize for my voice. I haven't been feeling well, so my voice is gone a little bit. And good afternoon from Accra, Ghana. So as mentioned, my name is Amma. I also go by Letitia, and I'm the executive director for Black Creek Community Farm in Toronto. And I'm also the chair of Seed Change, formerly USC Canada, doing work globally as well, working with rural farmers. I'm so happy to be joined by inspirational queens who plant seeds not only in the ground, but ever growing brains of our youth. So when we start, I will ask that each woman, if you can please introduce yourself so that folks will get to know you a little bit better and also get to know some of the work that you're doing as well. So I wanted to start by asking, how does our seed and food sovereignty relate to resilience for our future and that of our youth? So I'll start with Mayor Ja.
Oh. Oui, bonsoir, merci. Merci à
Good evening. Thank you to our sister. You asked us to introduce ourselves. We are Merja. We are a matriarch of the Ja people. And we have a school, a Pan-African school, within which the issue of agroecology and seeds sits at the core of our program. We also work as coordinators of the SEVAS of a project, for instance, that has led us to set up a seed bank, the one that our friend Edwin's mentioned earlier. And we're also Pan-African activists. This means that we need to ensure that our children know that seeds are a treasure and a heritage. We are used to say, I am wealthy because I have seeds that I'm taking care of.
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask. I know that we are having a difficult time with timing right now, but if we can speak slowly, it will really help the interpreters to be able to translate what we're saying. Thank you.
D'accord. Est-ce qu'ils ont traduit la première partie?
Okay, just checking whether the translation. Yes, just asking whether the first part has translation and the interpreter can confirm. It's okay?
Yeah, I believe so.
Ok, d'accord. Donc, pour nous, c'est vraiment important que nous établissions.
So for us, what's really important is that we set up strong values for our children, values that really set seeds as a source of wealth. And this is something children should be aware of, since as early as primary school. This is why it's so important that we need to redefine what we mean by wealth. Because today we are being imposed different values. First there was slavery, and then there was colonization. And so today, what are our values? And for us to determine this, we need to put the seed at the center of this wealth. For us as teachers, if we can convince our children that to have a seed bank is more important to have than money, then we've really accomplished something, because everything begins with the seed. This is why within the SEBAS, which is the Experimentation Center for Techniques and Sciences, Indigenous Seeds and Techniques, we speak not only about seeds, but also about the land. We also speak about our lifestyle. It's because we used to have a very harmonious lifestyle. And suddenly we were projected into a society which puts material interests before human beings. And we really need to change that. We need to bring back our children to our own Pan-African way of being. And I am rich, I am wealthy, because I have family seeds, because I have seeds that have belonged to my heritage forever.
Thank you so much. Yes, definitely. How we redefine wealth, especially in engaging children, is really, really important. I'm going to go to Tamberway. Hopefully I'm getting the pronunciation of your name correctly. Thank you.
Hi. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. I'm Tamber Ray Stevenson. I am the founder and CEO of WANDA, which is Women Advancing Nutrition, Dietetics, and Agriculture, which began in 2016. And it was with the vision of bringing together Black women and girls in food from farm to health, because we are the original meal healers, cultural keepers, and culinary creators. And to honor that, we build on the shoulders, on the legacy of those that have come before us. And we are honored to bring mamas and aunties and nanas, and as well as our little
Oui, ça me fait du bien. Ça m'évite d'éternuer.
And so we are so focused on the need to build a pipeline of more what I call everyday food sheroes, who stand in the front line as food freedom fighters, ensuring that our families are healthy, are safe, and that our food is at the center. And so, yes, seed is important. Seed is the future. Seed is everything is literally what we as women hold in order to give birth to the world and to honor our Mother Africa. We are so vitally important, and we have to understand our place in history, and in particular that the future of food is Wanda. It is female. It is our everyday food sheroes who have been hidden figures in our food system. And so to that, I say no more, that we must not only center the seed, but because the seed is in us, we must center the women. And when we do that, that is what true national security looks like, because we are human security. That is what the focus should be. And that means human capital investments. So much has focused on the social drivers of food and nutrition and health. But if we do not ensure that we are the center of that, that is how neocolonization happens. That is how neo-slavery happens, because we no longer value the labor force that brings and nurtures the seed. That is how women become devalued and dehumanized, because we just see them as cargoes of new life for others to give forth and use. And so we have to honor the vessel as much as the seed. And we are the vessels for the future. We are the vessels now in our homes, in our communities. And so that is what we focus on at WANDA. Today, we actually are holding a sisterhood supper, honoring those who've come before us. We are saying that in the midst of coming out of this pandemic, we have to move differently. We have to be that community that we have been waiting for. And so for those who've experienced social isolation, for those who have understood the importance of health in this time of COVID, we are saying that we have to do things differently than what we did before COVID. And that means we have to begin to build intentional, conscious, cultured community. We have to see the importance of coming together more than ever. And that when we do that, almost very similar like armed forces on the front line of our homelands, that is how we truly have the natural defense for any
I think
stores coming up in Accra or in Nairobi, that we must honor them and support them. And that means getting engaged in local food policy. I sit on our DC Food Policy Council here in Washington, DC. And I truly believe that if we want to make an impact, we have to see the power of policy and media to help amplify and create the environment that shapes the way in which our culture operates. And so if we have not done so already, I would implore the need to ensure that our women are involved in policy, that we are advocating on the front lines, we are organizing, we are mobilizing, we are digitizing this movement as we are today. And I applaud you, the work that you're doing now to continue the fight, continue to be those soldiers on the ground, continue to see that food is our freedom, it is our path, it is the way in which we will nurture our families, we will bring new legacies to our children, and we must remember and uplift the culture. So I thank you, and please continue to support all of us, because we are the community that we've been waiting for.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for that powerful message. We cannot do this work without centering women, and that's crucial. I'm going to go now to Mariama Sonko. Mariama, can you hear me? Do we have Mariama here?
She's in as an attendee. I'm going to promote her to a panelist now.
Okay, thank you so much. So, folks, we're just going to wait for Mariama to become a panelist, and then we'll get the conversation going. But just like I'm pondering a lot of the words of my elders, Mayor Ja, in terms of seeds and looking at seeds as well, and also WANDA, which is an organization I never heard of before until now, but some of the really powerful messages from our sister Tambra around centering women and the fact that seed starts with women is really, really important. So we have Mariama Sonko. Mariama, if you can hear me. So the question that I asked is, how does our seed and food sovereignty relate to resiliency for our future and that of our youth? Thank you.
Je peux avoir interprétation, s'il vous plaît. Allô?
Can you hear me, Mariama?
Oui, bonjour.
If
Quelle est la question, s'il vous plaît?
You at all.
Yeah, I'm just, sorry, Mariama's getting on board. I'm translating for her.
Okay, thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup. Vous
Thank you
m'entendez?
very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, definitely, I can hear.
Vous m'entendez, s'il vous plaît? OK. Donc, je m'appelle Madame Mariama Sonko. Je suis une femme
So my
rurale.
name is Mariama Sonko. I'm a rural woman, and I am leading an organization called We Are the Solution that is centered on rural farmers and agroecology in West Africa. We work on seed as a priority access. Currently, our movement is carried by rural women, and the issue of seed is key for us because women are the guardians of seeds. And on this issue of resilience, I think it's just at the core of the debate because this is about a survival strategy. So in this respect, we have four main axes we have defined that revolve around seed, and there are 4 S's. The first one is without seeds, there is no plants, and without plants, there is no seeds. Without seeds, there is no food, and without food, there's no life. Okay, so that's basically our 4-pronged approach.
Je vous écoute. OK. Donc, sans alimentation, il n'y a pas de vie.
And without food, there's no life. And so this life strategy speaks of the fact that seeds is the source of life. To have a good food, good nutrition, one needs good seed. And this element is not only just about food, it really links us to our culture. So today, one cannot speak of food sovereignty without speaking of seed sovereignty. And when we speak of seed sovereignty, this begs the question of peasant seeds, because one cannot be sovereign without actually having your hand on the seed. And as long as we're going to be using hybrid seeds or GMO seeds, we are never going to be sovereign on the issue. So in this respect, I think that women who have always strived towards seed sovereignty, and I contend that peasants from all over the world have created variety, research on varieties. They have been the instigators of this research. And it's them who have passed on that knowledge based on their knowledge of the terroir, and they have rendered a huge service to everyone. And there is insufficient recognition to all these peasants who have given everything that they have to the planet. So the peasants who are the founders of these seeds are not actually recognized and supported. In this respect, we make an appeal, and we are calling for everyone to trust ourselves. And because we are continuing the work that our ancestors have been doing in preserving these seeds for our benefit. So, and we owe to do the same for the future generations.
Definitely.
So I'm calling on all the women as guardian of seeds. I'm calling on them to be supported with the indefatigable work that their relentless work that they're doing. especially in fostering resilience at the community level, because it's thanks to their work that we can ensure sustainable food systems. And us as a movement, we have set up seed banks, seed houses, to enable communities to stock up on seeds, but also to preserve and to share the seeds that are actually threatened from disappearing. So what we're really trying to link up, repertory those seeds and to multiply them. This is the work we're doing in our various intervention areas, so that the entire world can actually benefit from this. These women who have such a deep knowledge on these seeds and their characteristics need to be supported so that this knowledge can be brought to the presence of the entire world. And if you will grant me more time, I can even say far more on this important theme.
Yes, definitely.
And we also want to greet Afsa.
No, definitely. I think we can speak on this forever and ever around the importance of this particular work. I'm going to move to the last question. As we all know that the people united will never be defeated. So comes the question around, what other roles do you see continental and diasporan Africans playing in the efforts respectfully? How can we help each other to really move some of this work forward? You know, we talked a lot about centering women and making sure that women and folks, rural farmers, are at the forefront of policy decision making. So what efforts are needed to really bring continental Africans and diaspora Africans together for this particular fight? So Mariama, I'm gonna go to you, and then I'll go to Mayor, and then I'll go to Tambra. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, au niveau des différentes plateformes,
I think that today, within the various platforms, we have the spirit of networking, of creating alliances around our actions and our visions that are centered on bringing the seeds forth. And we also have this focus on setting up experimental fields to strengthen community-based actors to better manifest concretely what we say in words. So through these actions that actually the advocacy work that we're doing, that we will actually really convince our decision makers to seriously take on this recognition of traditional seeds. And these seeds have got other characteristics that the scientists are not aware of. For instance, within our collective, we're working with researchers in West Africa on the recognition and the use of these seeds that will be registered within books, that will be printed and actually shared widely with a wider audience, so that they are aware of the diversity of knowledge that is held within these seeds, to further encourage people to be aware of the science that we're also doing on the field.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'm going to go to Mayor.
Est-ce que mon micro est ouvert maintenant tout à l'heure? Voilà. Voilà. Les femmes jouent un rôle fondamental. Alors,
women play a key role. How do we create synergies between our strengths? First of all, we can see how today, how we can, through AFSA, get together and each and every one can bring arguments to this struggle. In the context of Benin, advocacy work is actually carried out by women. These are peasant women, and they have organized various fields, and they also set up plays through which they actually explain the key issues that surround the seas and the need to protect them. So this is another way of doing things. What we discovered today, that there are many organizations active in this field, and we're hoping that we're going to keep on cultivating these linkages. The worst colonization would be this colonization of food, and this is what is happening. So we are absolutely resisting this, and we really need to unite to defend our seed heritage, our original seed heritage, so that we can ensure victory.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I'm going to go to Tambra.
As I shared in the chat, there's a few ways. One, we should be writing policy papers together. We should be serving on panels together as we are now. We should be collaborating and amplifying one another's voice and support one another in this food fight. We should be following and connecting with one another on social media. And we should be providing one another social, emotional, and professional support. This fight is not for the weak, it is for the strong. And it takes strong women coming together. And so for that, I thank you for bringing me a part of this story and this journey. And we will continue to do the good work because we know that this is ministry work at the end of the day. Food is freedom.
No. Thank you all very much. Definitely in agreement. Please do follow the work that our sisters, mothers, and grandmothers are doing. Share it. And platforms like this, I think, bringing folks globally together to speak on these type of issues are really, really important. And this is how we really push and for change within our current food system, because as we know, it's definitely killing us. But there are people who are behind the scenes doing amazing work to feed their communities, and those are women. So thank you so much to our panelists for joining me today. And yeah, looking forward to the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alma, and thank you for the powerful words from our women. Indeed, the war is no longer with guns and swords and every other bad equipment that you can think of. We are now fighting a very silent war, and it's in terms of food. And the people that are in the forefront, of this war are the women. I really love to hear that we need to center the women. We need to center the women. We need to empower them. I'm going to call upon Dima now to weave us into the next session. See this at Dima.
Thank you so very much. I am astounded with all the knowledge that has been shared, all the wisdom that is being poured in here. I hope you are receiving all this energy, all this wealth of knowledge and strength and power from everyone who has spoken thus far, and for our women. Thank you. Seed as art. I will call on Sister Tambra once again to join me with a little glimpse of her work as Wanda, and to read just a little bit to start the book and the story. Tambra?
Thank you. So this is little Wanda. And so she represents who we are centering today. I am a mom of a boy and a girl, and I wanted to create a character for them to believe that their African food is their medicine. It is their identity, it is their power, it is their culture that they must uphold. And so I am going to share a story called Little Wanda Finds a Cure for Nana. It's partly based off my real story of my Nana having diabetes and little Wanda going to her homeland of Kano, Nigeria, home of the Hausa Fulani people, to find the foods to help heal her grandma. And so this book is available at iamwanda.org. And if you would love to have a Little Wanda doll or believe your daughter should have one, we want to be able to raise the funds and have the doll available by the holidays at the end of the year. So please share in the chat that you would like to see a Little Wanda doll. So dear Little Wandas of the world, the Where's Wanda series was made especially for you. Like you, Little Wanda is a food hero who finds the healing and beauty of African foods to nourish her community. Through Little Wanda's journey, she learns that her heritage foods from Africa will be the remedy to what ails her community. Inspired by helping her family, she travels across Africa to find more heritage foods to help Africa and the diaspora. Through food, Little Wanda learns to celebrate her heritage while helping her family.
Sorry, Tambra, if I may ask you to go just a little bit slower for our
interpreters,
translators. And I just want to let you know that already people want Little Wanda, so keep that going. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. As part of Wanda's wisdom, we realize that all you need is already within you. We hope you enjoy the story and share it with your family and friends, and most of all, be inspired to learn and prepare the foods. Thank you for being you, from Big Wanda with love. And the book is in English and in Hausa, and we have more that will come in English and Swahili and English and Amharic. And we want to make one in English and French. So this is the first image. The doctor told me I have sugar, says Nana. You mean diabetes? Time to change what we eat, says Mama. But where did I go wrong, asks Nana. Wanda is sad to hear the news. While asleep, little Wanda's papa appears in her dreams. My little Wanda, you can help Nana by swapping her Western foods for her African heritage foods. Remember, the strength of our people comes from strong food, says Papa. While gazing out the window, little Wanda reflects on Nana's diet of soft drinks, pastries, and white breads that may have caused her high sugar levels. She remembers Nana passing her childhood apron to her. I always wore this apron while cooking with your great mama. I helped her make our foods to nourish our family when I was a girl in Nigeria. In America, the food is much different than home. Now it's your turn to keep us strong, says Nana. Little Wanda goes to open the trunk in her bedroom and pulls out the magic apron. With it, she can surely find a cure for Nana now. Yes, this is Great Mama's apron. Now I have the secret to heal Nana, says little Wanda. Then she goes to the kitchen with the magic apron. Little Wanda puts on the magic apron, holds up the corners, and begins spinning. Where am I? Is that you, my uncle? Asks little Wanda. Aha, you're home. You're in Abuja, says Uncle Ashiru. Come, tell me why your face looks so troubled, he says. Wanda shares the news of Nana. You need to meet Big Wanda, who will help Nana stay strong. Oops. Meet Mamadou Millets. He is my go-to grain for diabetes and many elements, says Big Wanda. I'm high in fiber and rich in nutrients, says Mamadou Millet. Millet is part of our Fulani diet. We must eat foods for our roots to heal us, says Big Wanda. Also, Nana sips soft drinks daily. That's not helping her diabetes, says little Wanda. You're right, my dear. Soft drinks are not good for our people. But Hassa hibiscus is part of our heritage, says Big Wanda. My flower power is rich in flavonoids to make a special healing drink for Nana, says Hassa hibiscus. Under Baba Baobab tree, Big Wanda hugs and sings to little Wanda before she heads to America. Baba Baobab, Baba Baobab, hug the herd away. Baba Baobab, Baba Baobab, bring a better day. I know you care about me, and I know you can heal my heart. All I need is your love and my family, so I can be free and heal my community. Peace be unto you, my little Wanda, says Big Wanda, and peace be unto you. Thank you for teaching me that all I need is already within our heritage, says little Wanda. Yes, our heritage is our medicine, says Big Wanda, and little Wanda holds up the corners of her magic apron and spins back into Nana's kitchen. Nana, Nana, I have a special Sunday dinner for us, says little Wanda. Hey, my little Wanda, what are you up to now, says Nana. I have millet and hibiscus from Nigeria to make you all better, says little Wanda. Oh, my little Wanda, you must have found great mama's apron, says Nana. Thank you, little Wanda, for today's menu, says Nana. Yes, little Wanda, you have rich wisdom. Now we know our heritage can taste good and also be good for us, says Mama. You're welcome. I learned that all we need is already. Little Wanda smiles as she remembers her time on the farm with Big Wanda and her uncles. And so we have the recipe and knowledge about the mighty millets. And we have it making tuwo, which is eaten in the Fulani diet. And we also have zobo, the recipe, also known as sobolo in Ghana, and also known as wanjo in Gambia, and karkare in Sudan, and bissap in Cote d'Ivoire in Senegal, and dableni in Mali. So we see the benefit of our foods connecting us to our people. In the back, we share the core message of Wanda's wisdom is all I need is already within our womanhood, within our community, within our culture, within our foodways. And then we share real life story of a Big Wanda and a little Wanda. Hajia Salamatu Garba is the owner of Wofan, which is a collective of women farmers in Kano, Nigeria, who we traveled to meet her and share the story and also deliver books to one of the Islamic schools in Abuja. And then my daughter, Ruby, who is Little Wanda in this book. So thank you so much. The story is available at iamwanda.org. We've made a talking doll. So you may not have heard her well, but if you have your own, you can hear her. And we tell all the ABCs using different African foods to also teach our kids that our food is also a way to learn literacy too. So we want healthy eaters, readers, and global food leaders. Thank you. Nagode mieti. Merci. Gracias.
I am speechless. Every single time I hear Tambra, I get this emotional, and she can confirm this from the first time I heard her speaking at the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C. Tambra, we need so much more of this. So much more of this. So I've already said I would love for Wanda to come to Nubia and have a book and have a song in Nubian. Wherever you are tuning in from the world, fam, let us know where you want Wanda to go next. This is encouragement. This is encouragement for Tambra. This is encouragement for little Wanda to keep going. So please, wherever you want Wanda to go, put it in. Wanda in Nigeria, Wanda in Benin, little Wanda in South Africa. Put it there, put it there, put it there. Thank you so much, Tambra. I'm so very, very grateful to everything you are doing. Please continue as we transition to the next piece. We have a poem, a contribution from a brother here in the US. I am tuning right now from the US. So we have a poem from Brother Talib Saber, who is an attorney. And in honor of this inaugural Seed is Power rally, I have asked for a piece from him, and we shall share it now as soon as it is ready. I ask Brendan to roll it up, please.
Power rests within the thoughts of your very soul. It unlocks like keys to closet doors, housing sovereignty you've waited to unfold. Often passed like a football thrown, receivers can't receive, readers can't read. You are all you need to maintain your power innocently. But some like to spite themselves just to say they also bleed. But this isn't me. My power is in my voice and command. Power lifts me up when I can no longer stand. Power gives assistance when isolated and devoid by human hands. Hands that destroy and not build. Hands that can tell strategies but won't conceal thoughts of how to be free before the enemy kills. A people who have greatness attached to memory steals. There is no power without we. So if there is power, it isn't just me. Let us all be free.
Ashe, let us all be free. Next, we have a contribution. Again, it is a poem. It is an old poem. It is a very old poem, but I will ask Brendan to play the video. Again, Sister Minna was unable to join us, and she will give a brief explanation to why. But this poem is very special to me, and the only reason I know about this poem is this rally, is us coming together to celebrate seed, to celebrate our seed keepers. So please take a listen. Thank you.
Hello and hello to all of you, dear brothers and sisters. Please excuse me my not being there with you today for childcare reasons. And also excuse the fact that amongst all those knowledgeable people on agricultural crops and food security. I will be the least knowing, and amongst all those poets and amazing artists, I'll be the least entertaining. I am an architect by training, and I focus and research on my research on Nubia and the Nubian space. I'm a third-generation displaced Egyptian Nubian. My name is Menna Agha, and today I wanted to talk to you about a very important poem by an important woman in Nubian history named Shalawiya. This poem is on every Nubian tongue. It's one of the most known songs that Nubians repeat and say for 100 years now. We know from her poem that she speaks about the unrule and unjust times of poverty of Abbas, and with that she means the Khedive Abbas Hilmi II, and she speaks about some elements in architecture history that dates her to sometime between 1904 to 1914, which means Shalawiya lived at the turn of the century. At the turn of the century, between sometime in the first and second decades of the 20th century. And in Nubian history, that's very significant, especially in Egypt, because in 1902, the Egyptian state has put a dam, it's called the Aswan Low Dam, at the city of Aswan, submerging much of the Nubian arable land, agricultural land, and leading men into diaspora and leading women to carry on their shoulders what is remained of Nubia, including its agriculture, including its making and its economy. In that poem, Shalawiya calls for her husband and says, "Hilele, hilele, hilele, hazaballah wadanak Allah," which means calling sadly and saying, well, we trust you in God. But then continues saying in this letter masquerading as a song, to the people going with this letter, with this message to the north, telling them, descend to the north, telling them to descend and find her husband, and tell him to ascend back to his homeland. And here you see an African woman maintaining an African geography where the south is the upper and the north is the lower part of the world. This understanding of geography that has been superseded and colonized by Eurocentric and Western geographies. In her poem, Shalawiya makes a point to tell her husband that she's waiting by the water wheel. She's waiting for him by the water wheel that's now stopped, and that he has missed his turn on it. And the water wheel is the flagship of Nubian agricultural technology in the past 800 years. And it's such a meaningful and painful thing to know that somebody's water wheel has stopped and it's not going around anymore. And she tells him that he has to come back and maintain his place on his agricultural land. And he, at this point, would be working as wage labor, probably as some sort of a servant in Cairo or in Alexandria, so the Egyptian urban centers. But she keeps telling him, come back because my greens, my basin, in the small basin in which I farm my greens, is much more food security than that bank you sit next to. So Shalawiya, who lived 100 years from us, our great-great-grandmother from the city of Abu Simbel, or Farreg as it's known in Nubian, knew, understood, had the analytical tools to link food security, to link her agricultural land and its decay to issues of diaspora, to issues of immigration and displacement that's going to then blight Nubians for the next century and to this day for us. And we learn from her how she fought even through this song, asking her husband to come back and claim his arable land and claim his farming practices in their indigenous form, in their Nubian form. But it becomes harder and harder as we see today in that claim. So with this, I will conclude my story, and I will attach the poem in Nubian with some English translation with the organizers of the event, and hopefully you enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minna. We repeat again, there are so many ways in which seed is impacting our life, impacting our present, impacting our future, and how we express that, art being a universal language because it is on emotion. I hope we can see more and more and more art. We will be sharing a link later on with the newsletter. So if you have signed up, if you have registered, you will be receiving a link with links to this poem and links to everything that was shared here in this day with you. I just want to check how we are on time, Juliet, as well as Brendan, if we are ready with the play from Alihu.
Yes, we're ready.
All right, then if we can pull this up as I give a brief introduction of this. In our discussion in preparing this rally, we were looking at ways that we can really emphasize all the dimensions of seed. And Brother Alihu was saying, how about theater? And here is an example of how we can incorporate knowledge about seed and how we can protect, preserve, and promote our seed and our seed sovereignty through theater. Thank you, Brendan, for pulling this up.
La biodiversité, et à ce titre les ressources génétiques, représentent une ressource majeure pour faire face aux défis que rencontrera l'agriculture de demain. Elles sont donc au centre d'enjeux sociétaux et économiques impliquant des acteurs variés. Il apparaît de plus en plus nécessaire d'engager des réflexions profondes sur la relation fournisseur-utilisateur, sur l'accès aux ressources génétiques, leur utilisation et le partage des bénéfices qui en découlent. Dans l'objectif de construire une vision partagée sur ce que chacun perçoit comme étant des pratiques de partage équitables et d'élaborer collectivement des règles partenariales dans le respect des cadres internationaux que sont le TIRPA et le protocole de Nagoya, nous avons choisi d'utiliser un médium singulier, le théâtre forum. Le théâtre forum est une forme de théâtre participatif qui a été pensé spécifiquement pour discuter des relations d'oppression, de pouvoir entre différents personnages. La pièce de théâtre forum, Tirpa Magraine, a été co-construite par des chercheurs de différentes disciplines, français et sénégalais, travaillant sur les ressources génétiques. Elle a ensuite été présentée dans deux contextes différents. Dans le cadre d'un atelier multi-acteurs réunissant des acteurs de la recherche, mais aussi des représentants de la société civile venus de 10 pays, dont 8 d'Afrique de l'Ouest. Une seconde représentation a eu lieu pendant la 3e édition de la Foire nationale des semences paysannes au Sénégal, qui regroupait 310 participants, producteurs, organisations paysannes, associations, ONG. La première scène porte sur les modalités de communication et de collaboration entre chercheurs et agriculteurs. Elle représente la rencontre entre un agriculteur, M. Ndiaye du village de Ndiayen, et un chercheur brésilien, Justino Esperanto, accueilli dans un laboratoire sénégalais dans le cadre d'un projet international sur les semences. Justino est à la recherche de semences paysannes et demande à Ndiaye de lui montrer celles qu'il utilise.
Nous, à chaque fois, on voit des gens comme vous venir ici dans le village. Et à chaque fois, ils te demandent, est-ce que je peux voir tes graines, est-ce que je peux voir tes semences, les animaux, les arbres et tout ça. À un moment donné, lorsque vous avez ce que vous cherchez, partir et revenir au zéro. C'est pas bon.
Afin de le
And he
rassurer,
never come back.
Justino essaye de lui expliquer la thématique du projet et lui donne sa
So
carte
to
de visite.
reassure him,
Monsieur Ndiaye accepte de lui donner un lot de semences de Ndela, une variété de niébé héritée de sa famille et qui soigne un
and he
grand nombre de
accepts to give
maladies.
him
La seconde scène met en avant les
cowpea
multiples
seeds.
valeurs, les dimensions identitaires associées aux semences pour les
And then
agriculteurs.
the second seeds,
On
in
apprend
the
au cours de
second
celle-ci
scene,
que la réserve de Ndela du village de Ndiayen a été
the
complètement
share,
dévastée. Des insectes ont
the
pénétré dans les
impact
sacs où était
of
conservée la variété.
pests on seed
Qu'allons-nous
banks.
faire avec les villageois de Ndiobé?
How
Les
do you
Ndiobé,
do
avec leur langue
with
bandit. S'ils entendent que nous n'avons plus d'Ndela, ils vont se moquer de nous.
Après discussion, Ndiaye, accompagné de 2 autres agriculteurs, décide de retrouver Justino à Dakar pour récupérer un peu des semences qu'il lui avait données.
Sorry, I'm not sure whether I need to keep on
Il est
translating
où?
it.
À Dakar. Justino, il est où? À Dakar. Nous, pas dire où? À Dakar.
La troisième scène questionne le cadre national qui régit la circulation des semences en lien avec les pratiques collaboratives entre chercheurs et agriculteurs. La scène se passe dans le laboratoire national sénégalais où est accueilli Justino Esperanto. Les agriculteurs de Ndiayen exposent la situation aux chercheurs et lui demandent de leur restituer un peu des semences de Ndela. Justino leur apprend alors que les semences ne sont plus à Dakar, mais dans une banque de gènes au Brésil.
So now Justino has taken the seeds that were given to him in Dakar and taking them in a seed bank somewhere else. So now you must just tell us where this bank is,
Nous partir chercher le Ndela.
and we're going to be going looking for it. The seed bank is in Brazil.
Les agriculteurs demandent de contacter cette banque afin que celle-ci leur renvoie une partie des semences. Mais ils se trouvent alors confrontés à la complexité des lois nationales et internationales sur la
And now they
biodiversité.
want to try and
La
understand
quatrième
where the
scène
seeds
souligne
are
la
and
manière dont
being
les collaborations
confronted by
scientifiques
the
internationales
strong
peuvent
and
également
difficult
être porteuses de dilemmes
jurisdictions
éthiques.
around
Justino expose
transporter,
la situation à son partenaire sénégalais avec qui il travaille sur le Ndelao. Ce dernier lui dit que justement il a une grande nouvelle à lui annoncer.
He's now
Grâce à
speaking
une
with
nouvelle
his
technologie,
counterparts, his
il a pu
scientists
breveter
in
le génome de
Senegal.
la semence recueillie à Ndiayen.
And he says that he's managed to have copyright
Comment
on
ça
the
m'appartient
seed.
pas? Mais c'est moi qui ai
And, it
fait les
says,
recherches.
and the Brazilian counterpart says
C'est moi
this seed doesn't belong to you.
qui les a brevetés.
What do you mean it doesn't belong to me?
séquencé
I've got copyright on the
donc
seed.
ça m'appartient.
I have even sequenced the
Au
genome.
moins tu les as
Moussa, have you at least informed your counterpart?
Tout est passé dans les règles.
It wasn't
Tu connais
worth
comment ça se passe
informing
ici?
them.
Il y a l'État, il y a les institutions, il y a tout.
You know how
C'est aux
it
règles.
is here, how it works.
Enfin,
The states, the
la cinquième et
institutions,
dernière scène soulève à l'échelle des
and the
individus et
final
des collectifs la question des droits de propriété intellectuelle sur les résultats de la recherche.
of
Le
the
chercheur,
issue
ayant
of
breveté le génome de la
intellectual
semence,
property
est
rights.
invité à une conférence de presse pour parler
A
de son innovation.
scientist who has,
Les griots le chantent, célèbrent son travail et lui présagent une carrière de ministre. Soudain, l'un des agriculteurs de Ndiayen interpelle le chercheur sur le fait que ce niébé s'appelle le
And
Ndelao et que cette variété lui appartient. Un autre
community
agriculteur
members,
du
and
même
one
village
of them
fait alors
said,
aussi
well,
son
no, this is
apparition en indiquant que ce Ndela
our
appartient en
copy
réalité à sa famille.
Et toi,
And another man
qui a
comes up
amené le
saying
lorsque
that
tu as
actually
épousé
this
ma
variety
soeur,
belongs to
donc
his
colonel,
family.
ça vous appartient. Du tout, ça m'appartient. Mais
No,
arrêtez.
these are mine. No, stop. These are my seeds. The different families are
Ces 5
fighting
scènes
over the
permettent
ownership
ainsi
of
de
the
représenter
variety
la
that has
diversité
been
des
developed.
échelles, individuelles, institutionnelles et
So in
internationales,
5
et des
scenes,
dimensions légales,
they managed
éthiques,
to
déontologiques,
display,
qui cadrent
to
et peuvent
convey
contraindre
the
les pratiques collaboratives
complexity
dans la recherche
of
sur les ressources
the ethics
génétiques.
around it and the different
Dans la démarche du théâtre
institutional
forum, la
dynamics
représentation
and the
théâtrale
different
est toujours
actors
suivie d'un
involved
forum, permettant au public de
in
donner son point de vue
such
sur ce qu'il a vu. Pour impulser le débat,
collaboration
la troupe de
between
Kadouyara réalise ce qu'elle appelle un
communities and
procès.
scientists.
Le comportement de chacun des personnages est alors soumis à l'analyse des
And
spectateurs.
in the end,
Ceux-ci sont ensuite
in the end of
invités
the
au
play,
travers
there
de
is a
remplacements
kind
de
of a
comédiens à
tribunal.
expérimenter collectivement des pistes de solutions permettant d'améliorer les tensions représentées dans la pièce.
And
Il s'agit pour vous à
through
présent de
these,
questionner le rôle et les pratiques de
plays,
chacun des personnages.
they have
Le
really
débat est
helped
maintenant
with
ouvert.
dissolving tensions within communities where such things occur.
We need more of this. We need more art. We need more expression. We need more of this celebration and this communication of the importance of our seed and our fight for our seed. I yield to Juliet, our wonderful weaver, to transition us into the next segments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dema, for weaving the previous session.
Oh, Juliet, I think we cannot hear you. You might be muted.
I can hear.
Thank you so much, Dema, for weaving the previous session. Indeed, seed is presence, seed is power, the power in us, and seed is our freedom. We need to stand for this seed. I now present to you the movie, the film, Stand for Our Seed.
Seed has spoiled us. Which type of seed can we have in our homes, in our households, which we can grow into our farms? A peasant farmer cannot afford to buy at 400-500 kwacha, a 10 kg, a 5 kg. But when I've got my local indigenous seed, I'll just get it. Where my wife or maybe my family members, we had just hidden it, or maybe in our seed bank. Because we have all our own way, our own methods of keeping and sustaining these seeds. That is the way we are doing it. Though there are many ways that we can do to keep our seed, keep on going for the generations that are to come. Let us have our seed banks into our homes. That's another thing, we farmers. Keep these seeds in your home. Let us not resist them. Where are we going? What are we going to do for our children? What is this seed which is coming going to do for us? Therefore, slowly but sure, we are now going back into the slavery of the seeds. The coming up of these organizations, they are putting us and binding us so that we don't have any other way that we can move around in our own country. They are trying to tighten us up so that our children may not even have the vision to say our forefathers had these seeds, the indigenous ones are these, or these are not indigenous. Now, is it good to have leaders who don't know the seeds that their forefathers had before? The policies that are being made, they are not for us, we poor peasant farmers. The business that has come into our country, it has come to ruin us. Let us shy away from it so that we save our children and we save our lives. This is my urge to all Zambians to stand for our local seed, to stand and promote our local seed, to stand and voice up to the government, to stand and tell those who are coming to help the peasant farmers, the world outside there, come to our aid. If you are not careful, we are being enslaved by these seeds that are coming. When I have a good health in my family, with the help of the seed-grown crops that we had before, my children will never get sick because they are having that food which is healing them in their bodies, which is something that we are losing. So let us take note of that. We are not just urging people to say, let's grow these African foods, let's grow this. There is something that is happening. As we are talking about remedial things, it's a medicinal crop. How do we come together and work in collaboration with the government? It is us as farmers, as peasant farmers, to rise up with the same voice, to help our government so that they acknowledge the importance of these indigenous seeds.
I hope you enjoyed the short film. That's a call to action to everyone to stand up for our indigenous seeds. Our next session is Once Upon a Seed. The youth can run faster, but the elder knows the road. Be healed to the young and curious to ask more questions on the road to seed sovereignty. This segment will take us on 3 journeys, on 3 continents, tracing back to our root. It is an intergenerational dialogue and a unique opportunity to trace history, connect dots, and affirm our continuity as seedlings of Mother Africa. Generations apart, these 3 phenomenal women will share with us their journey with seed, their challenges as women, seed custodians, and some of the solutions brewing in their ever-active minds, seeding our holistic liberation. I would like to welcome Ms. Elizabeth Poff D. Woods and Amira Michelle to this panel.
Queens, we are so grateful to your presence, to you being here, and so looking forward to this dialogue. We yield to our youngest in this panel, Sister Amira, to ask these questions with all her curiosity, with all her passion, to being the young farmer and starting this journey to learn from the journeys of our elders, of Mama Elizabeth and Queen D. Woods. So grateful. I will be facilitating here a little bit. So I will ask first for Mama Elizabeth.
Thank you, Dima. I hope. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, yes.
Okay. You can go ahead with your question before I come up with my story.
Yes, I just want us to start very briefly. I am hearing mobiles. The tech gremlins are here, which means it tells me that this is going to be yet another very powerful panel, very powerful. Please be prepared. I would like us to start with just a 1-minute introduction, if you can, who you are and what is seed sovereignty to you. We start with Mama Elizabeth.
My name is Mama Elizabeth Mpofu. I'm a grandmother of 9 grandchildren. I'm also the general coordinator of a global peace and movement called La Via Campesina, although I am now coming to the end of my term of office as the general coordinator, end of June. But I've also founded a very interesting collaborative, which is called the African Women Collaborative for Healthy Food Systems. And nationally, my organization is Zimbabwe Smallholder Organic Farmers Forum. I'm also delighted to be one of the speakers for this important rally. Thank you, Dima.
Thank you, Mama Elizabeth. And it just came to my attention that I have just been popping in and out without actually introducing myself. So for those who are joining us and will be joining us later, my name is Dima Mahmoud, and I am blessed and privileged to be part of the Growing Culture family. We will be talking more about this, and it is truly, truly my honor to be on this panel and moderating the wisdom that is going to come out of here. I yield to Dee. Please share with us in a minute, if possible, who you are and what is seed sovereignty to you.
Okay. I honor all those who've gone before me. I honor all those whose shoulders I stand upon. I honor all those whose blood runs through my veins. Ibashe, Ibashe. Ibashe, Ashe, Ashe, Asheo. So I am a Yoruba priest. I am a mother with children of the womb and of the heart. And I am on a mission to help people reconnect to earth and food and heart and love and joy. And for me, seed sovereignty is about our liberation and healing.
Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. And I love the background. So wonderful. Amira, tell us who you are and what is seed sovereignty to you?
Yes, greetings. Thank you, and a special thank you to my elders for allowing me to speak in this space. I work in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, the United States. I'm the seed keeping resident at Greensboro, which is a nonprofit. So my work is all about connecting people, particularly young people within the diaspora, the African diaspora, to their culture, back to our ancestry through seed work. And seed sovereignty to me is about our communities and our communities being able to empower themselves through accessing and owning our own cultural resources.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. As this will be a dialogue, we will have all our wonderful women on the screen. I ask, thank you, Brendan. See, I didn't even need to ask. There, there we are. May our asks always be answered before we voice them, as long as they are in our highest good. I'd like to delve into your journey with seed. And I will flip it a little bit around and I will start with Amira, with your journey of seed, because as much as we have to learn, and like Juliet said, the elder know the way, but our youth are picking up and they're running faster and faster to this land. So let's start with you, Amira.
All right, my journey. So I'm currently in Philadelphia, but I was born and raised in Boston, which is in the northeast part of the United States. But I would like to begin my story with my grandmothers, who were both born in the south part of the United States, in North Carolina and in southern Georgia. And I start my story with them because they are the elders that I knew best in my family, that I know best in my family, and my closest connection to the land. I am a returner to the land. I'm returning to my heritage through my farming work, but I'm several generations removed from actually from farm work. My grandmother, who was born in Georgia, she grew up on a farm. Was that last bridge before me to the earth, and to the tradition that comes from the earth. And but before that, my ancestors come from the western part of Africa, particularly Nigeria and Cameroon, as well as I'm sure many other places. And as we know, when my ancestors were brought to this land that I'm currently in, they were stolen. Their connection to their homeland was forcibly cut off. Their connection to their seeds, connection to their language, culture, religion, much of that was taken. And so a big part of my journey and my seed work has been trying to reclaim what was lost. So I started out farming when I was a teenager. And the moment that I, put my hands in the soil, I felt myself being healed in the land, healed through the land from all of those generations of trauma and all of the pain that my ancestors were forced to endure along with the land. And I knew that the work that I was doing was also healing the land through my hands. And so the seed work, and I've been now working with seeds for a little over 3 years. The seed work that I do is all about continuing on the legacy of my ancestors, of their journey, of the seeds that they stewarded, and making sure that those seeds will be continued to be shared for my descendants. And it's about helping others like me, African Americans throughout the diaspora, as well as people in this country who are looking and longing for that connection to what has been lost, what has been taken, to help us reconnect to our heritage. So the work that I'm doing now in my seed keeping residency, I'm working with 9 people from the community, from different backgrounds, different heritages, and each of them are began the process of discovering their roots, talking to their families, thinking about which seeds are part of their cultural heritage, which seeds are part of the tradition of their communities, and they are growing them on the land that we have, and we're learning together how to save the seeds, so that we can then enter them into a seed library and offer them back to our communities, and to continue the continuity there of connection.
Returner to the land. The first time I heard you say that, it rang quite a bell, and it in fact inspired something that hopefully we will hear and see later. Thank you, Amira, for that. I yield to Dee for her journey as we continue the journey of the diaspora of seed, leading us back to Mama Elizabeth in Mama Africa. For now, we start with Dee. Thank you.
And my journey is very similar, but I am the dream and hopes manifested of my ancestors who were bought and sold, forcibly transplanted to the Caribbean and South America. And my heritage is of West Africa too, of Benin and Ghana and Nigeria and Mali, and there's more. And I carried memories of that violation and that violence, but also the struggle for liberty. I am the legacy of survivors and thrivers, of people grounded and rooted in joy. And even though we face dispossession, marginalization, and oppression, and especially here in the belly of the beast in England, where I was birthed, I am a daughter of Africa. And those roots of oppression are buried deep in legacies of colonialism and empire. The UK is the architect of white supremacy, racism, and the global system, that global food system that continues to extract and enslave and oppress us through legislation, through the big corporations, poverty, hunger, dis-ease, disconnect, deep poverty and food insecurity of African heritage people in this country demands action from our people. It is one of the motivations for me birthing an organization called the African and Caribbean Heritage Food Network to fight for our food sovereignty, because too many of our people are dying. And not on my watch, literally not on my watch. And seed sovereignty is in roots, and the grounding of that food sovereignty. But we must also remember our roots. So many of our foods come from roots, and we need to be protecting those as well. So I am a daughter of knowledge keepers of our foodways and spiritual systems, tasked to help others to reconnect to earth, to nature, to each other, to divinity, and to remember who they truly are. So mine is a journey of personal healing that led me to having that deeper connection with land and our foods and our seeds, collecting and saving seeds, gathering plants and seeds on my journeys back home in Caribbean, but also to Africa and wherever I travel. And it is learning and remembering the foundation from my father and my grandmother and all those elders who passed on their knowledge. My journey is also our collective journey of healing. And our healing is bound up in our liberty. We need to be able to save and share our seeds freely, to conserve our heritage, to grow and to eat our foods, to reclaim our sovereignty. And while so much has survived, so much has been lost and continues to disappear. Our languages, our songs, our practices, our rituals, our prayers, our foods, our seeds. So seed is our resistance. It must become our resistance.
Dee, Ashe, thank you, thank you. I often say that misogyny made way for racism. That racism, that slavery was ultimately an attack on the first woman, on Mama Africa. Robbing her children away from her was an attack on the Black woman. It is an attack on the continuity of the family of African ancestry. So I am so grateful for both of you to be here. And I take us now to Mama Elizabeth and Mama Africa. Tell us your journey with seed, please.
Thank you, Dima. Please, if you don't hear me clearly, please just let me know. My journey on seeds is not so easy to tell. I'm one of those women who spend much of their time on the farm. I was staying with my parents, tilling the land as a girl child. I did not have that opportunity to go further with higher education, but from my learnings, I know very well that my parents wanted me to know more about who I am and where I'm coming from. And this is all about the seed. From my own learnings, understanding, the seed was a God-given product, commodity, which I believe every individual also had the right to either breed the seed or save it, not to control and not to own, like what we are seeing these days. I learned that it is everyone's obligation to take good care of the seed and also to fruitfully reproduce it. And what did I learn from there? Taking good care of the seed, which my grandmothers were doing, which my mother was doing. This is all I learned about seeds. And I developed the interest of being one of the girls at my young tender age to be much involved in keeping seed. From there, I learned the importance of the seed because culturally, the seeds which our ancestors were growing were more into consuming, and they were more into performing rituals, traditional ceremonies. And this I learned that these seeds which are being talked as a present moment are very different from the seeds which we are talking. The importance of seed to me is very, very important. What is the value of the seeds which we are talking? This is where I learned how to come together to search for the seed custodians in my community, because we know as young people sometimes we did not have that capacity, that knowledge of keeping seeds properly, but we really did identified some seed custodians who had the knowledge on how to keep seeds. And from there, I started to think of my surrounding community. How do we really make seed take it of great importance? How do we really regenerate the seed, save it, keep it, so that it doesn't get lost again? Because it was a struggle. Even if we look to the stories of AFSA, to the stories of La Via Campesina, to the stories of these farmer organizations which we are talking with today, all of them had some knowledge of the importance of seed, but together we share the knowledge on how important the seed is. So my journey was not an easy one, but I'm happy today. I'm moving around the globe, learning, also sharing my experience, which is a very big issue which was lacking. And I think I can say it's not 100% well addressed, but at the present moment, we've managed to see women being recognized as seed custodians, as seed savers, because of their role of producing the seeds. Dima, if I may just talk a little bit of the challenges which women are facing, because I went through these challenges whereby no one could really recognize the whole lot of work I was doing on the farm in producing the seed, producing the food, tilling the land, doing all sorts of work so that my children could also have enough food on the table. I'm talking of the policies which we are really facing right now. These policies were developed by the giant corporate companies because they wanted to control our own seeds. They tend to take our indigenous seeds as a seed which is useless, but from my understanding, from my own knowledge, from my own experience, our own indigenous seeds are of more value. Let's go to the hospitals. Right now they're encouraging porridge from finger millet. This is a crop which has been there for generations and generations. And if I don't have that seed of finger millet in my seed bank, I'm not really a peasant woman. I'm not really someone who really want to serve the nation, to serve the people. They are talking of standards. I ask myself, what standard on my own seeds? For what? And for whom? I started to look at the diversity of food which I produced, which my grandparents were producing. You could select what type of food you want, but today we are forced to consume one variety. Like for instance, here in Zimbabwe, we have sada, we have papa from maize. That is not food. So take in consideration the seed itself, what are the values of the seed, which I grew up taking some lessons step by step, learning the values of those seeds, how to produce them, how to save them. This has given me this opportunity to be on this rally to share my experience with the seed. In a few words, I really want to thank you, and I think I will have time to come up also with the way forward so that we know very well where we want to go when we look at the issue of seeds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Elizabeth. And indeed, this was already to be weaved into the conversation. I will ask for Dee and then Amira. That was on point, Mama Elizabeth. If you caught that, I need to learn how to do that. We will start with Dee and then go to Amira just to briefly discuss a challenge. We really want our focus to be on the success stories. This rally is about celebrating the struggle, celebrating you sheroes of food, you warriors, you queen warriors. Thank you so, so much. Dee, your challenge, some of your challenges that you've experienced.
So many, too many, as people who are erased and ignored, and it literally is a fight. So one of the challenges is that we don't have enough African heritage people farming. In fact, people of color, period. You know, farming is the whitest profession in the UK. And it's because of lack of resources, lack of finances, access to land is virtually impossible. It's why there's a land justice movement and a reparations movement as well. So land in our names, you know, seeking reparative justice in terms of giving us back land, you know, land that was bought from the proceeds of slavery, indentureship, and basically colonialism and empire. The whole GMO and gene editing thing, whole science and technology thing is a major, major challenge here in the UK, especially now that we are establishing sort of legislation around food. We haven't had any national food policy since World War II, and the powers that be insist that technology will see us through. And it can't, it won't. Our ancestral seeds, our traditional seeds have proven test of time. And all I hear are stories of people who use GMO seeds, gene-edited seeds, all of these high-tech technologies, and they end up in tears because they've lost their crops, or they have to buy into all the chemicals and fertilizers, right, to ensure that their crops grow. False solutions, you know, we have to be really, really wary of all these false solutions. And I think sort of our biggest barrier here is, you know, these systems of oppression, these intersectional systems of oppression that we need to not just disrupt, but dismantle.
Thank you, Dee. Yes, yes, yes. Ooh, Amira.
Yes.
A young woman farmer. Go on.
I wish to echo much of what Dee said. I think is a major challenge here. I believe a panelist earlier said that the land is the best seed bank, and that's so true. And that's why the fight for land justice is so important in the fight for seed sovereignty. And access to land is particularly hard for Africans in the diaspora here. We know that in the just 50 years since slavery ended, African American farmers were able to acquire over 15 million acres of farmland. And by today, you know, that acreage has been more than halved due to anti-Black terrorism, due to economic violence, due to governmental policies that were all aimed at removing Black people from the land. And we know that this fight still continues. We know that communities of color, you know, Galagichi, we know that all of these communities continue to fight for their land. And when the land is lost, so much is lost with that. When people are forced to go from their homes, you know, agriculture and farms, they lose their seeds along the way, much of the time, and we lose that history, those stories, the things that keep our agricultural traditions alive. And so, you know, it's very hard to get access to the land, but I think it is you know, one of the biggest first steps that we need to do in order to succeed in achieving seed sovereignty. And then another struggle that I think that I want to call out is the distortion of our narratives around how our seeds are named and who is telling the stories related to our crops. You know, the dominant narrative of agriculture in the United States is this white agrarian narrative. And if you go into a seed catalog, if you're trying to obtain your seeds that way, you won't find our histories. You really won't find our stories much of the time. And it's so hard for people trying to reconnect to not have access to our own history, to our own knowledge. And I think, you know, there is a generational divide. There can be a divide between, you know, those whose families continue to stay on the land and those whose families were forced to flee the land and enter into cities, and repairing our communities and living on the land together, reclaiming our narratives, all are crucial to the fight for seed sovereignty here for Black Americans.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we're seeing in the comments invitations to invite more of the diaspora into this conversation. And I am hoping this, as we transition into the last segment of this conversation, into the success stories, I really want us to take an opportunity to acknowledge this day, this rally, this particular dialogue as a resounding example of a success story of the diaspora of seed bringing us together, as yet another way for us to reclaim this narrative. So please, I start with Mama Elizabeth. We don't have much time, but I do want us to end on a strong and powerful note. And just on this screen, we have so many success stories. Tell us the one you want us to tell our children and our children's children. Tell us the one story, please.
Thank you, Tima. I don't have a story, but my message to our youngsters, to our youth, is that let's try to go back for our future. That is adopting our indigenous knowledge systems, which is more sustainable, where our future lies. It is also important for our youth to be closer and closer to their grandparents, to their mothers who are always on the farm. Because for you to be a graduate, to be a doctor, you need food, you need healthy food, produced by a very good quality seed, which has been produced on a good land. In this regard, I call upon all the young people that we really need you. We really need to move together to build a strong seed movement. Thank you, Dima.
No, thank you, Mama Elizabeth. My mother will not consider me a youth, but despite what she might think, I will say I am youth and I will say I am here and we are coming together. So thank you. Dee.
You know what, Mama Elizabeth said it all, but there's a saying that I hold. It's by Gwendolyn Brooks, and it's something I've always carried with me. We are each other's harvest. We are each other's business. We are each other's magnitude and bond. We have to be in solidarity with each other. We cannot do this alone. We can't do this in the US isolated. We can't do this in the UK and Europe isolated. We have to come together as people, as African people, and, you know, fight for what is ours. And it is about time, Kofi. It is about going back and reclaiming what is ours. It is about us, you know, demanding and claiming our space wherever we are. One of my dear friends says, we have to dare to grow roots where our ancestors, our oppressors are. And that is what I'm doing. I am growing roots, and I'm going to grow roots with our young people, with people from elsewhere. We are growing roots, right? And we are growing strong, right? And we are going to become the people we are, right? In strength. I mean, we've survived so much. We have survived so much. And we just have to call. We just have to call on our ancestors to carry us through this, right? And with love and grace, with ease, right? We will do this. We will win, yeah? Because divinity is more powerful. Our people are more powerful than all these corporations, all these people who sit in so-called high places. We have power. We have real power. They don't. They have to buy it. We don't. We just need to come together. Ashe.
Ashe. Ashe, ashe, ashe. Oof. Amira.
What can I say that has not already been said? All of my successes, all of our strength, all of our power, all of our joy, it comes from the community connections that we've been able to make. It comes through the connections with our family, the connections with our ancestors. My successes are when I see the seed keepers that I'm working with start to laugh and cry with joy when they see the foods that they grew up eating or that their families grew up eating sprouting in the soil, and when they're able to reclaim those seeds at the end of the season. And my joy and success comes when I was able to return a squash that no one in my family had eaten for a generation once the seed had been lost, to return that squash and have my great aunt start crying and demanding that everybody taste the squash that her father used to grow. So that's all I can say. Those are the joys. Those are the successes. It's all about those relationships that we have with our communities, with our families, with our seeds, with our land, with our ancestors.
I don't even know what else there is to say. I know we have plenty to talk about, but like Dee said, we have to keep coming together. This is just the start. Some of us have already started. let's continue coming together. Let's continue planting these seeds. For me personally, this rally is the most powerful seed I have contributed in planting. And I hope whoever is listening, especially our young family, our young Africans, our young diasporans, our young people, to hear the calling of Mother Earth, to hear the call of Mama Africa, and to hear our call to join the resistance, to join the movement, to join the fight for our seed sovereignty. Thank you so much for being with us here. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom. Thank you for sharing your inspiration. Thank you for motivating us. Mama Elizabeth, thank you for breathing life into our calling. Dee, thank you for that call for us to keep coming together. And Amira, breathing that emotion, the tears, the joy in all that we are doing in the seeds that you are planting. Thank you all so much. I hope everyone joining us has enjoyed this as much as we have. Please, if you have questions, we don't have time for a Q&A, but we do have a Q&A section. Please put your questions in there so that we may continue the conversation. And I yield to Juliet for our next segment. Thank you so very much. Sisters, mothers, queens, I appreciate you all.
Thank you so much for that powerful session. It was nice listening to the wisdom of our elders. And yes, divinity is more powerful. Ashe, oh, ashe, ashe, ashe.
Ashe.
To that. The people that have gone with that have gone before us are indeed with us. We've struggled a lot. We've won bigger battles, and we're also going to win this. For our next session, we're going to see a few seeding agroecology.
What we are saying here is not something new. It's something that was there even in time immemorial. All the ministers, all the presidents, they were brought up in this situation. That time chemical fertilizer was not there. But we survived up where we are right up now. The issue of diseases and other things were not there. Why this time we are having all these problems? It's because of direct consumption of these chemical compounds in terms of fertilizer, in terms of pests and diseases, spray, all those things. We need the issue of agroecology to be supported at all costs. Agroecology should be supported because this is our mother Zambia. This is where we came from. We should not neglect where we came from, because if we neglect where we came from, it means that we don't even know where we are going. The issue of climate change is real. Traditional seeds, you apply organic fertilizer, it means that there is proper resiliency, they are drought resistance, they are able to stand the harsh condition that you might experience at any level. FISIP, subsidized seeds and subsidized fertilizer. Is it there to save multi-companies or to save the peasant farmer? People in the rural areas, these are the people who are saying they want to go in an organic way. These are the people who are in production of organic fertilizer. Why can't you just support this so that at least people can be self-reliant? To reduce dependence, one day the government will have no money. Where are we going to get the money from to buy chemical fertilizer, which is so expensive? Now, how is he going to survive? Whether there's feasible, there's no feasible as a human being, you need to eat. So as advocates, this is what we are fighting for. We are not fighting the government, but we are saying the government should empower us on this area so that one day, if you have no money, at least we will be able to stand on our own and even help the government. Let the farmers from the villages start producing organic fertilizer and start supplying in the shops. Even the traditional seeds, let the government help us so that the traditional seeds also should start appearing in agro shops.
That was Lloyd Michello from Zambia in that movie we've just seen. I would like to acknowledge the work that he's doing here in Zambia, teaching a lot around agroecology and practicing agroecology. He's built good evidence that people can learn from. So if he's watching, wherever he is, well done to you, Lloyd. Our next session we'll look at seeding sovereignty. How then do we advance the African seed system in Africa? This is going to be a panel discussion. We'll have Annie and Bright and Goita on this panel. Please enjoy the discussions.
Thank you so much. At this juncture, we are going to be talking about seeding sovereignty. You've heard about the onslaught on African food and African food systems. And in this session, you're going to be discussing a way forward. What do we do? Do we continue lamenting or do we do something about the situation? We're going to be looking at how to reclaim back our power as Africans in Africa, as well as in the diaspora. We're also going to talk about how do we sustain seed sovereignty. And lastly, we are going to look at what do we need to do as we move forward. To call upon Anne Maina from BIBA, coming from Kenya. Then next, she will be followed by Goita from the western part of Africa. And lastly, we're going to have Bright, representing Commons for Equal Justice. He's going to be telling us about his organization, as well as how young people are engaged in this process. And also, he's also going to tell us why is it important, especially when we are talking about seed sovereignty, to include young people in this discussion. Over to you, Anne. Most welcome. Maybe you could tell us what is BIBA and how BIBA is advancing seed sovereignty in Kenya and across the region. Welcome.
Thank you very much. As introduced by Leonida, my name is Anne Maina, and I coordinate the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, which is a network of 60 member organizations working in Kenya, challenging for solutions being pushed in Kenya, the likes of GMOs, genetically modified foods, the likes of biofuels, and we have been quite keen working on issues of seed sovereignty. We actually have a project which we call Seed Sovereignty, and I'd like to share my sentiments and appreciation for the amount of and the knowledge that we have gained so far. And I'm sure this I would like to call that we can continue with these rallies more often, at least every year. to begin with, in the Bantu language, seed has a name that is almost similar across board. It's called mbegu, mbeu, bego, imbeu, and all those. And I'm sure people who speak some Bantu can understand that. And for us, and being members of AFSA, we are very keen to support seed sovereignty. And what do you mean when you say seed sovereignty? It's the right to own your own seed, the right to multiply, the right to share. We've heard from various speakers the challenges that farmers have gone through, the big push in especially East Africa, starting with Kenya. Earlier speakers talked about us being members of UPA of 1991. In Kenya, the seed laws are very punitive, calling even for seed inspectors who can come to your farm and check if you have a seed that is from you have bought it or you're using your local seed. In fact, in our work where we have been supporting communities to build seed banks. We do not call them seed banks. We call them community seed learning facilities. And in these seed banks, recognition of seed is not even recognized. You're told traditional seed is grain. It is not well documented. It is not well bred. But we know, like for thousands of years, the African woman have been custodians of seed. They have kept the seed. They have moved it down generation. Seed is culture for them. They seed that they grow in the short season. They seed they grow in the long rain season. They seed that they take to traditional ceremonies. They seed for brewing. They seed that is taken as part of the dowry negotiations when a girl is going to get married. Even when you give off your girl to get married, you give them seed to go with it home where they are going and plant so that you ensure there's prosperity, there's growth. And so you see the importance of seed. But how have we been supporting farmers to bring back their seed? We are more known in Kenya for the campaign against genetically modified foods. And in our course from way back 2004, as we worked with farmers and told them.
And we lost you.
Can you hear me now?
You froze?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm saying that we have been working with farmers over the years, calling for them not to accept genetically modified foods. And when we spoke with the farmers, and they were like, you're telling us not to accept GMOs. We're already in the process of accepting them because, first of all, we are so dependent on hybrids. The system has made us so dependent on hybrids, we have lost our seeds. So how are we going? And when you look at the issue of genetically modified foods, the technology is actually in the seeds. And so we saw it was very important to tackle this aspect because farmers were feeling we need to go back to our seed. But where do we get our seed? Where do we get our traditional seed? How do we multiply it? And so we started this work where we have working with various members. You had Wanjama earlier from Seed Savers Network to build community seed banks. And it has been a process because farmers had to look for the seed, multiply the seed. We have put even resources to build actual seed banks for groups of women, and men have actually come on board. And we have after multiplying, how do you store the seed? How long do you keep it for? Many aspects started coming up. How do you catalog your seed? How do you ensure that the seed does not lose dormancy and does not go into dormancy and you lose its vitality? And so we have continued to work on that. And this has been very beneficial to farmers because now they say, we have our seed. Some have gone even into enterprises. In one area in Western Kenya where we have worked with one of our members called Burma to build a community seed bank in the Butula area, most of the women had begun going back to their traditional vegetable and food crops. Part of the challenge was the challenges related to HIV/AIDS and the need for proper nutrition. And this was very much welcome.
We lost you again, Anne.
The local which is very important. I hope you can still hear me. I think I went off a bit.
Now.
Dima,
Yes,
can you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you. Yes, we can
Okay.
hear you, Anne. Proceed.
Thank you very much. And so issues of also legislation are very important, looking at the policy issues. When we talk about the seed laws in Kenya and their punitive nature, there's also the aspect at the regional level, harmonization of seed laws. We belong to the East Africa community, we belong to the Africa Union, and there's harmonization that is going on. There's no recognition of farmer managed seed systems like in Kenya. At least in other countries in East Africa, like Tanzania, or we have what we call quality declared seed, which can be exchanged within a few villages. But that recognition of farmer managed seed systems is very important, and we have been working closely on promoting that in terms of legislation, because you have to do this in a multi-pronged way. You cannot just support farmers and not look at the legal processes. The issue of genetically modified foods is a big issue because GMOs are about control of seed, control of the multinationals that promote genetically modified seeds and the foods actually control the seed system, they control the fertilizer, they control even the pesticide. And this is about control and management of control and profit for them, for the multinationals. And so it's important that we look at those aspects. And the threats, we have the trade agreements, the economic partnership agreements. Now we are seeing a process where, as opposed before, where the European Union would negotiate with the ACP, Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific region, they are now having bilateral relations, a process of divide and rule. The US now is negotiating directly with countries, and these are big challenges that we see going forward. And we urge and speak to everyone that is here that it is important we continue to protect our seed, multiply our seed. The intergenerational learning from one generation to another is very also important. Thank you very much, Leonida.
Thank you, Anne, for your insight, and of course the most recent aspects of punitive pieces of legislation happening in the country. And that's also coming out as one big challenge to the farming community and of course to consumers in Kenya. I'd like us now to go to West Africa and listen to Goita, who will be sharing with us how he's advancing seed sovereignty in the western part of Africa. Welcome, Goita.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Donc, je commencerai d'abord.
Good morning, everybody. So I will first of all thank AFSA for this brilliant initiative, which enable that all that people are doing, worldwide level on the issue of peasant seeds be well known over the world and do a real promotion in this field. So I work for an organization that we call EPAD Africa. This organization, was there before USA, Canada, known by many people, which is called in English Shift Change. So the topic I have chosen to present to you is about the community seed banks and their usefulness in the peasant seed system. So before developing my presentation, I'm going to tell you that the experience that we got in the field is that we, first of all, identified at the level of Mali at least 5 types of seed farmers, seeds conservation places, 5 categories, of peasants, seeds conservation are the seed granary, the seed huge, the community genes and seeds banks, so the national seed banks, and there's also what we call the seed caves. So it's a matter of scale, but among these 5 categories of places to keep seeds, so I'm going to present the community seed banks and the usefulness in the farmers seed system. I apologize because I'm going to present. I did the presentation in PowerPoint, which I will display and comment. So I'm sure that you're going to hear my voice. So when there are questions, I'll be available to respond also. I know that this presentation on PowerPoint, you already got it. So I already made the presentation. Our organization, which is currently IRPAD Africa, intervene in Mali in the region of Mopti, and precisely in the district of Douaza and Mopti. Hence, we operate in a zone where 95% of the population is represented by smallholder farmers, women and men. So it is a livelihood farming system, and the rainfall varies from 400 to 300 millimeters of rain. So the main crops are millet, sorghum, and rice. So what do the gene and seed community bank, what are they? These are, places for keeping and valuing, valorizing the genetic resources, and so they were born from an initiative of a peasant community about the need to keep their, genetic heritage, agriculture heritage, due to the climate change and the bad behavior of the leaders, who sign, some agreements to the detriment, of agriculture biodiversity. So I'm going to present you here a few categories of keeping seeds, such as, the community gene and seed, banks. I've the stems or the grains, and then the conservation of the cultures of crops which does not produce grains, such as cassava, banana, and also the conservation in soil, on ground of onion, local onion seeds. So the goal of these, gene and seed banks is to conserve, to keep, the diversity of seeds from the smallholder farmers to keep, the traditional tools or conserving the seeds, to be a school in terms of know-how and, of farmers about the seeds and seeds keeping, and keep the farmers' seed which are not well, protected after our harvest. So, and then favor the supply, in seeds, to supply, the farmers that are in difficulties of getting access of seeds, and also help them to select the best one to improve the living condition of members throughout, throughout, the loans and also funds coming from the banks. Now, how do those banks operate? The functioning of these banks is focused on quite a number of elements. First, there is the biological element, the species and the varieties of crops, the material of measurement, to weigh, so the management material, so the books, stocks, and the registration in terms of managing the credits. So the register of minutes of meetings, so the traditional tools of keeping the seeds, the traditional products of keeping the seeds, so the willingness of a community determined to use and keep them in a judicious way, the agriculture genetic heritage. How these banks are, supplied? It's on the basis of multiplying, duplicating the seeds on farm, the exchange between the villages and communities, organization of exhibition days, organization of seed exchange between the different meetings, the exposition fairs, field visits, and the setting up of a network, and also building an exchange link between the banks. The role of these seed banks in the peasant seed system, so a better conservation of diversity of farming genetic heritage for the coming generation, a better conservation and sharing of a traditional knowledge of conserving the farmer's seed. So the access of communities in due time to seeds, quality seeds that are adapted. However, there are some challenges. So the low involvement of women in terms of decision making for the choice, the selection of seeds to be used. So the marginalization of recognition of farmer seeds, and also the rights of the smallholder farmers, and for seed systems, policies in the countries. So the monopolies of these multinational companies, which influence the decision making of our authorities without consulting the grassroots farmers. So the law enforcement, of treaties and laws, international convention in favor of food sovereignty. So the law information dissemination about the food sovereignty also. So a few tools and also conservation products. So here, these are the existing tools at the level of our gene and community banks. So it's a way to keep the know-how of farmers' communities in terms of keeping peasant seeds. So
Okay,
I thank you for your lovely patience.
Thank you for your input, Goita, and of course, thank you for sharing with us that with seed banks, we can actually access seeds anytime that we want to get the seeds. And of course, it's also helpful, for example, to farmers who are not able to have their own seed. Thank you for your input. Next, we are going to go to Southern Africa, specifically to Malawi. And there we are going to be meeting Bright. Bright will be talking to us about what he does with the young people. And of course, he's also going to tell us how can we continue to have seed sovereignty, especially when we are working with young people. Welcome, Bright.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Lily. I'm so privileged to be part of this discussion. Once again, I'm Bright Piri. Well, I hold dual citizenship. I'm Malawian, but my mom comes from Botswana. So sometimes I identify myself as somebody from that part of the world. Well, it doesn't matter really much because by the end of the day, I'm in Africa and I'm here to preserve my birthright. So I'm going to discuss with you from where Anna Maina left off. Her last statement was to do with intergenerational learning. and I'll take it from there. A little bit about Commons for Equal Justice, where I work. Commons for Equal Justice is basically a diplomacy bureau. What we normally do is we provide both policy and legal counsel to both government and also to non-state actors. But within the context of our work, we are also involved with partners who have got field programs, those that are trying to generate evidence for us to advance with duty bearers. So in the course of our work, we have worked with partners up north in Malawi, where the issue of seed sovereignty agenda is being advanced, and much of the work there is to do with promoting community practices that serve as pathways for the realization of farmers' rights. So same as what mine has already presented in the context of community seed banks. In our case, we call them seed knowledge hubs. And this is what we are doing up north of Malawi, where we build huge community structures. And these community structures are compartmentalized, like they are divided into two parts. One part which serves as the hub where conservation of collections done by farmers is done. And also on the other part, this is now where we stock, we transform the whole facility or that section of the facility into a knowledge hub, more or less like a resource center for intergenerational learning. And this is exactly what Anne, the predecessor, just the last presenter just presented. So these knowledge hubs, these community seed banks, the purpose is when we construct them, we make sure that they are constructed very close to schools. And we make that deliberate effort because we want to involve the youth on issues of seed multiplication and also seed conservation. And also we want to make sure that within these communities, farmers are seen as role models for the youth. What we normally do is we mobilize what we call peer educators. These are lead farmers, for example, to groom the youth, to mentor them on issues of farm safety seed. And these farmers, they have been working on issues of seed conservation for a long time. So being institutional memories on farm safety seed, they are able to share their experiences, their knowledge with the youth within these schools close to the community seed banks, or what we normally, in our case, we call them seed knowledge hubs. And we use a lot of approaches to reach out or to teach these youth on issues of seed. There was a discussion about, somebody talked about storytelling, and that's one of the tools we also use, where these peer educators, come up with stories, things that were happening long time ago and they are no longer there. Diversity that was existing long time ago, but we don't have it anymore in these communities. So they tell stories to these youth, motivating them, inspiring them that there is actually justification for us to conserve, there is justification for us to multiply the seeds. We also use publications, basically things simple to read leaflets on farmer managed seed systems and also on farmers' rights. And also some publications can be in the form of catalogs, basically catalogs on collections and also on the uses of these collections. And we also use graphics, basically germplasm rescue and repatriation systems, how that has been done within the community. You know, we talk to the youth about red zoning, red listing, so they can be able to appreciate, you know, how much diversity is changing within their communities. And the last part that I want to share with you is about what we call now diversity field schools, where we mobilize both the community and also the youth. So basically, this is the old and the youth to interact on community-centered learning and action platforms, where both the youth and the peer educators, these are just the farmers, they participate to understand the value of biodiversity management and also agricultural plant genetic resources. Somebody said land is the best seed bank, and this is the part that we normally also use, making sure that what they are learning in the resource center, they can also appreciate it in the field. So the issue of diversity field schools comes into play. Yeah, we have made a lot of strides. Now we are in the, we have made plans to do what we call farmer field schools, not just farmer field schools in terms of events, but farmer field schools in terms of structures as well, where things like diversity field floras can be discussed within that. So there will be a link between what is happening in the field and also what is happening in the community seed banks. So this is what I wanted to share with you, and I welcome your comments and questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bright, for sharing specifically what's happening and, of course, how the food and the seed system can be made more attractive to make young people to get into it. So without much further ado, and of course, taking into consideration on issues of time, I'm just going to ask the three of you to tell us, share with us, what key message you have for the audience, and of course, what would you like the audience that's listening to us, that's with us, listening in different parts of the world, in one sentence, what would you'd like them to do in order to support your efforts? We're going to start with Anne. Welcome.
Thank you, Leonida. For me, my clarion call will be, we want to sowing seeds of sovereignty, because seed is our right, seed is our fundamental freedom, seed is our future, and so we are calling for us to sow seeds of sovereignty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Anne, for your input. Next, I'll go to West Africa, to Goita. What key message do you want the audience to go home with in relation to this discussion? Bienvenue.
Merci. Mon message clé est que il faudrait que nous fournissons des
Thanks a lot. My message is that we have to combine our efforts in order to associate all that we are doing, to associate, the administrative decision and political decision makers, in order to enable them to better understand, the action that we are taking, so as to push them to help us bring a change, and also all the documents that we are really editing, publishing. So we have to translate them into local languages so as to enable the farmers to better take ownership of those documents, so as to help ourselves to really continue, sustain our daily struggle. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your input. Next, we'll go to Bright. Africa has a very young population. Bright, what key message do you have for our attendees, as well as panelists, and of course, future participants in our future convenings? Welcome, Bright.
Thank you so much. Yes, actually, I forgot to say I'm actually youth, as you can see. From in 2008, and I'm still a youth. Well, for my message is simple. We need to stimulate local dialogues, informal in nature, that are, spontaneous conversations that are tailor-made to the local context, so that when we talk to the youth, they can better relate to the situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your input, Bright, and thank you for giving us the tips on how to actualize issues around seed sovereignty within our different contexts. I'd like to take it back to Juliet to show us the way forward. Thank you. Over to you, Juliet.
Thank you, Leonida, and thank you, panelists, for that wonderful discussion. Indeed, for us to advance
Juliet,
African
you are muted.
I can hear you.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
Juliet, you can go ahead.
Right, family. Seems the tech gremlins are back in action, and we have lost Sister Juliet to a frozen screen. So I ask that we have a message from Queen Quet, who blessed the starting and the opening of this rally with her opening ceremony. She's unable to come back live with us, but she has pre-recorded this video to share with us a little bit more about the Gullah Geechee people and more on the legacy of seed. And so I ask Brendan to pull up the video. Thank you.
Give thanks for moderate with that. I said. You give thanks for the seed, I think. Some come here, some come yonder, some be dead. When it did, we are so Alhamdulillah. For the next door, all the way from Boston to this your line. That seed come here. That seed the weed. That seed that what we farmers keep going. Pray under the blessing. That whole farm for another 500 years. And this year, three folks tell me. We say, this your day. Then we call out the name of the ancestors who learned the farm. How to put the seed in the farm. And had a death on of the day. They blow and clear out the small. Because they don't walk off the small. But see you to carry on. They see them children still be in the field back for you. That's it. Stay in the field. Stay in the field. Because it ain't going to have you there if you ain't got nothing for me. You have a no say. Otherwise, the people in the Kanye dry long soup. They're the Kanye forget what 100 done God. So you got hold on what God done bless you with. And don't share me elders. Don't share your ancestors. I say, I want to put the hand in the ground. Heal it. Then this your God. If every day, all the rest of people ain't been a kind. If healing and holding on who heard us, every day, they ain't become. They're the type of next door, these y'all and going underneath the wall. But they ain't a God. So when they throw your ancestors, yeah, they've been made up for you. Go.
Yeah, them be mean for evil. God make them good. That we still there, like our ancestors, who they be Tifa Bulan, bring that seed in here. Still hold them in my hand. Still take them and chuck them in that same sand. Where them adopt them be over them. Now I find them like they been a do. Oh yeah, still nyamming for that Carolina gold too. We, the one who hold the seed, another generation.
The whites,
the Yeti, when we elders.
And you gave me
how the elders don't know what to do.
And I planted a
right
so
chain
how
the
they all
Gullah
end up the same color.
The one still, the seed holder, for true.
They all taste good to me, so I ain't worried about it. I said they all taste good to me. I like those kinds, so I ain't worrying about it whichever way.
White or red?
That's right. But that's interesting that they did all come out the same color. The purple ones are purple though. The purple ones are purple. They are like green with purple eyes.
And red is.
I got. Ain't no breeze, that's why I ain't blowing off. Yeah, but not the big pieces.
Thank God. We still got we elders. Still got the woman them. What they are. In the Gullah Nation. From Jacksonville, North Carolina to Jacksonville, Florida. Panesia, 184 call it Sea Islands. Still all Panesia. The grandson them for our Bulan. It's your day. We stand all on the children. Especially strong women around the world. But still, the God is see it. Some did it. We got to see it. God, I'm still there on the hand. Some did it. The plant Jonah. Yes. In this year. Some did it. Still got them bread. Right here. In here. Like we ancestors. Bring them here. Throughout the diaspora. Around the world. Had the seed. Way hard for upon Jonah. And things like that. Why had them so? Oh, but even though we're sowing into this year, into the here, yeah, be all the way the blessing come from. But the sowing into the land where we still stand. The whiteys are the rest of people I try for thief from behind. Because you know, say, the seed that is powerful true. So this your day, he called upon Hona Chilla. Yeah, for true. For Hona join we round the world. But what will you do? But not let him. For rock we taught all. But tell we can't hold on this seed. Plant them in ya. Plant them in ya. And plant them. We will stand in this your soil round the world. So we family, the family and thing like that. I have some for Nyampan too. Because see, if you control on a food, he control you. So of all the 100 children, I got to shut the hotel. I'm Queen Quet, chiefess and head of state for the Gullah Geechee Nation. And I honor all of you that have joined us today, that know seed is power, but the power is only fully ignited when we stand together, when we continue what our ancestors did, growing their own food, having the security of knowing what you are eating and when you'll be able to eat. These companies are not trying to illegalize us passing on what we call the heirloom seeds for no reason. Heirlooms of any kind are always valuable. Heirloom seeds are valuable, but they have power when they're planted. So today we pray we have seeded your soul with power around the world to ignite, to stand, to pass on the tradition of how to keep the seeds, whether braided into your hair. More than that, today we braided into your mind, strength, power, and legacy. And it is only with seeds that we have things that grow, that feed the body. And when the body is strong, the mind can be clear. And when we seed the mind, it is the mind that stores the real power that they want to deplete, that they want to program, to tell you that if we go into laboratories to get food, it's better. That if you go to a store to get food, it's better. It's better for whom? It's better for those who want to control the world's food source. And as I said in my language, Gullah, that if they control your food, they control you. So don't let someone else control that which you eat, because then you are the one then in bondage. So I find it an honor to have been asked to be a part of this rally today. And here in the Gullah Geechee Nation, as I've shown you just a little journey through our land, I pray that you are blessed by the power and the energy and the blessing for all those who continue to hold on to the tradition of farming, and especially the seed holders. We honor you. We pray those blessings from our land to yours, to your hands, to the sand. And we pray that your sand remains blessed and fertile, and that you remain blessed and fertile in your heart, in your soul, in your mind, in your body. And the more that you grow your own food, the more you sustain yourself, the more you are self-sufficient. Know that we all have more power and we'll continue to grow together. So don't let anyone ever take away your farming tradition, and most of all, your heirlooms. Pass on that knowledge, pass on those seeds, and bless the next generation of seed holders. The power is within us to do so. And that power becomes even more intense as we become that growing culture around the world that binds together to take the stand for the land, for the cultures, for the communities, for the people that we are seeding the next generation to be self-sufficient, not dependent, but independent. And that is truly what the battle is about. The landless against the landlord, and they want to be lord over you. That one that controls your food source can attempt to lord over you and be the madabadem, try to control everything that you do. And that's why for the farmers, for the seed holders, they are trying to prevent the power that is within you. But today stands as a historic moment that shows that they are not the lords. We are the stewards of the land. And that is why our hands have been blessed to hold on to the seed to pass down from one generation to the next and to then plant it in the land. So continue to stand. And from the Gullah Geechee Nation, we stand with Honor Children for True. Now, please journey with we. Go to GullahGeecheeLand.com. Email we. We want Yeti for Honor, wherever Honor to be. If you're on Twitter, if you're on Instagram, we're at Gullah Geechee, GullahGeechee. And Honor can always find me on Facebook, Gullah Geechee Nation, or at GullahGeecheeNation.com. And we have a lot of coming events and activities all right here. In fact, even today on our land. As we go out of harvest season into another planting season, we are in celebration here in the Gullah Geechee Nation. And in the midst of it all, we beat the drums with you. Because there's always that power in the drum. So don't let them take your beat away from you by weakening you and saying to you that you are not the one that should control the source of the food so that you would be secure. Instead, hold upon your seed, because as you hold upon the seed, you hold the power for this generation, from the ancestors from the past, and for the seed we're coming from we for the future. Continue to plant the seed in the land and continue to take your stand. Seed is power. And we glad that we standing with honor in this hour. Thank you, honor children. May this year power field culture seed holders and farmers continue to grow. Because if a man for tell we what for do. We don't do this here upon the land. Because God says so. Peace, blessings, love, safety, and power.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you so much. I hope everyone is getting the same energy. Seed is presence, seed is energy. You have to feel it. Our hands have been blessed to hold on to the seed, and we must continue its legacy. We must control the source of life, the seed, the generations, everything about it. We are blessed. Our hands have been blessed. I don't know. I feel so energized now. I think I dropped off for some time when Queen Quet was starting, and because probably this was going to happen. I'd like to call out our next session now, which is We Are the Seed. We listen to the farmers, the message. We listen to what the farmers have to say. They're sending their message to us, who are the who are the people that are going to send the message to a wider audience? Dema will help me with this session.
Thank you, Julie. And thank you to Queen Kwet, and thank you to everyone who has contributed thus far, and for all of us joining and still here with us, almost 5 hours. Thank you, thank you. I would like to call on Brother Omer to share his passion, to share his truth, and share his message with other farmers and with the world. Brother Omer, I yield to you for your message. Let me just confirm that we still have Omer with us. Perhaps not at the moment. Maybe the tech gremlins are back in action, which again, for me, I take as confirmation, especially since all things COVID. As soon as the internet starts acting up, I know that something very powerful is coming, and the powers at B are trying to stop it. But guess what? This is seed is power. And like Dee was saying, we will win. We will succeed in this. So until we have Omer back with us online, I would like to share a message. My name is Dima Mahmoud. I am Nubian. Today they call my land Sudan. I am, like Amira said, a returner to the land. I am a farmer in the making. The first seed I planted in the ground and watched grow was in February 2020. I planted onions, or scallions, depending on where you were, in my village, which I had visited for the first time. Now, to some, that may not qualify me to give a message as a farmer, but I am answering the call, and this rally has been confirmation upon confirmation upon confirmation that this is my calling. So I am stepping up, and I am here to reaffirm. I am here to answer Mama Elizabeth's call. I am here to answer Mama Africa's call. I am here to answer my beloved Nubia's call. And like Amira, I too am here to answer my grandmother's call. Ashmana Ibrahim, a grandmother I never met, yet managed to connect with me, yet managed to call me in a language I don't even know because our language is endangered. So here is my message, and I will compartmentalize it in order. To my grandmother and to my ancestors, thank you. To our elders, we are here. And the call of the land is getting louder and louder. And more of us are hearing it, and more of us are coming together, and more of us are answering it. Believe. Soon you will be able to work with us and transfer this knowledge. We will preserve your knowledge. We will preserve our seed. We will promote it. We will protect it. And like Petronella, we are prepared to die for it. My message to the elders who are confused, perhaps not understanding our need to answer this call. I ask you to please support us. Even it may not make sense, even if our vision does not fit your dream, your vision for us as your children, as your grandchildren. Support us when we say we are returning to land. Support us when we say we are being called. It may not fit the plan of this system today, but support us. And don't put us in a position where we have to choose between your blessing as our elders and the call of the land, because that is a divine call. There are 3 divine calls: the call of our Creator, the call of our mothers, and the call of our land. Please, please do not put our youth in a position where we have to choose between your blessings and the calling of our land. To our youth, come home. Wherever home is, come to the land. It is calling. She is calling. The water is calling. The trees are calling. The ants are calling. The seeds are calling. Answer. Come through. Come home. To the rest of the world. I started this message by saying that my first seed that I planted and watched grow was in February. The truth, the ultimate truth is, I have been a farmer all my life, as have you. Yes, as have you. Each and every person watching this video, each and every person receiving this message is a farmer. Every word, every thought, every action is a seed you are planting. So I beg of you, remember, remember, remember that seed is power. So mind your seed. Mind our seed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dema, for those powerful words. I don't know if our next speaker is there now. You can just check. If not, then we'll go into the closing.
I believe we might have missed our speaker. So what I will try to do is receive a recording from Omer, and we will try to share it, because you know what, it has been a 3-week campaign leading up to this rally, but this is just the beginning. As I said, this is our first powerful seed to coming together and doing this. So we will continue, and Omer's message will be delivered. Keep seeking the truth, keep asking questions. And thank you all for being here. Juliet, I yield to you to close, and thank you so much for your wonderful job weaving. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for joining us and for being with us this whole time that we've been streaming this rally. The material will still be there to be shared on Facebook. Please share widely so that this information, these messages are shared with a lot of other people who have not been able to join us. I would also like to acknowledge the people who have gone before us that are present with us now, who have been with us from the time that we started till now, holding us through with their wisdom and knowledge. I also wish to acknowledge the farmers in Zambia who are at war now, warring the changes in the seed policies and biosafety laws. I also recognize that this is the same struggle many African countries have across the continent. I would like to say thank you to the seed working group of APSA for the work that they have done to make this event possible, for the materials shared. And I would also like to recognize the hard work that the AGC team have put in to ensure that this event is held and is successful. Thank you so much. And also the farmers who have contributed and have given us messages to deliver the calls to action that have been delivered here today that we need to take and implement. So seed of sovereignty. Seed is, remember, seed is power, and the power is in you. Oshe. I now close the rally.
Thank you so much. Thank you.